Zodiac researchers are split 50-50 when it comes to the connection to the 66 murder of Cheri Jo Bates, but my personal belief is that the Zodiac almost certainly was involved. Bates's car was tampered with, and we know from the Johns incident that this fits the Zodiac MO. The most damning evidence for Zodiac involvement in the Bates murder is the typed confession letter containing knowledge only the killer would have known. There are multiple similarities between this confession letter, such as a particular sentence that contains the words squirm and twitch. The Zodiac letter from July 26, 1970, also contains both words in the same sentence and also contains the same misspelling. What is the significance of establishing a connection with the Zodiac in the Cheri Jo Bates case, you might ask? It is important with respect to the Santa Barbara murders because such a connection establishes that the Zodiac was active in Southern California in the mid-60s. The nature of the Bates murder makes it likely, in my opinion, that the murderer was deliberate and calculated enough to have killed before. As with all things Zodiac, however, nothing is completely definitive. The next possible victim of the Zodiac is Cheri Jo Bates. 18, stabbed to death, nearly decapitated, October 30th, 1966, at Riverside City College in Riverside. Bates's possible connection to the Zodiac only appeared 4 years after her murder when San Francisco Chronicle reporter Paul Avery received a tip regarding similarities between the Zodiac killings and the circumstances surrounding Bates's death. Let's look at the murder of Cheri Jo Bates, Wikipedia. The murder of Bates is an unsolved murder that occurred in Riverside, California, October 30th, 1966. Bates, 18-year-old college freshman, was stabbed and slashed to death on the grounds of Riverside City College. The night before Halloween also makes this difficult to pin down. Of course, Halloween, a popular time for crimes of all kinds. Police determined the assailant had disabled the ignition coil wire and distributor of Bates's Volkswagen Beetle as a method to lure her from her car as she studied in the college library. I mean, this is, cliches are built on this in horror movies. The murder itself remains one of Riverside's most infamous cold cases and has been described by some locals as a murder which stripped Riverside of its innocence. Bates's murder became highly publicized due to both the graphic nature of her death and the fact she is considered by some investigators to have been the first murder victim of the Zodiac, although this theory has never been definitively confirmed. And of course, if you believe the Gaviota murders from 1963 are Zodiac, that would have been the first, because Bates is 1966. Early life. Cheri Josephine Bates was born in Omaha, Nebraska, February 4th, 1948. She was the younger of two children born to Joseph and Irene Bates. The Bates family relocated to California in 1957, where her father found employment as a machinist at the Corona Naval Ordnance Laboratory. Wonder if that's still around. Bates was a graduate of Ramona High School, where she had been a varsity cheerleader, active upon the student government, and an honor student. Described as a sweet, outgoing girl by acquaintances, she held aspirations to become a flight attendant. Following her graduation from Ramona High School, Bates enrolled at the Riverside City College and found part-time employment at the Riverside National Bank. Her savings plus wages from this part-time employment helped pay for a 1960 lime green Volkswagen Beetle, a vehicle she was proud to own. I wonder if Maxwell has one of those vehicles as well. Bates lived alone with her father at 4195 Via San Jose, her parents having divorced in 1965. Bates' mother also lived in Riverside, and her brother, Michael Bates, served in the U.S. Navy. Murder on the morning of October 30th, 1966, Bates and her father attended Mass at the St. Catherine of Alexandria Catholic Church before the two shared breakfast at a local restaurant. In the early afternoon, Bates opted to visit the college library to both study and to work on a research paper. She is known to have twice phoned a close friend of hers named Stephanie at 3 and 3:45 p.m., asking whether she would like to accompany her to the college library to study and retrieve books, although on the occasion of the second phone call, her friend refused. Bates is believed to have left her house to visit the college library sometime between 4 and 5 p.m., 4:30 and 5 p.m. Her father had returned home in the evening to find a note taped to the family refrigerator reading, "Dad went to RCC library." Shortly before Bates left her home, she phoned a co-worker at the Riverside National Bank, inquiring as to whether she had seen a term paper bibliography Bates, had misplaced. When her co-worker replied she had not, Bates replied, "Now I'll have to start all over on my note cards." A subsequent eyewitness report given to Riverside investigators indicates Bates drove her Beetle in the direction of RCC at approximately 6:10 p.m. This eyewitness also claimed her vehicle was closely followed by a bronze 65 or 66 model Oldsmobile. According to many eyewitnesses, Bates studied in the library until the standard closing time of 9 p.m. A subsequent witness statement obtained from a female RCC student given to investigators would claim that a young man, whose age she estimated to be either 19 or 20 and approximately 5'11" in height, had been lurking in the shadows across the street from Bates's vehicle and had been staring in the direction of her car around the standard closing time at the library. Although this witness did not know the individual lurking within the shaded areas aside the street, as she had passed him, the two exchanged brief pleasantries. Bates's father waited the entire night for his daughter to return home before filing a missing persons report with Riverside Police at 5:43 a.m. He filed this report after phoning Bates's close friend Stephanie in the early morning hours, only to be informed that Bates, was not at her residence and had intended to study at the library the previous evening, having held no plans to spend the evening away from home. At approximately 6:28 a.m. on the morning of October 31st, a groundskeeper named Cleophas Martin discovered Bates's body on the grounds of RCC. And I mean, this is really the stuff of nightmares. And the other thing to keep in mind, I mean, this is the 1960s. Obviously, in today's world, unfortunately, people are so desensitized, but I mean, this is scary stuff. Investigation: Bates was found sprawled face down on a gravel path between two unoccupied houses on Terracina Drive, close to the library parking lot, where she had parked her Beetle the previous evening. She was still dressed in a long-sleeve pale yellow print blouse and faded red capri pants, and her woven straw bag, containing both her ID and 56 cents, lay alongside her body. Her clothing was undisturbed but was saturated in blood. She had been repeatedly stabbed in the chest and left shoulder and suffered several deep slash wounds to her face and neck. 10 feet from Bates's body, investigators discovered a cheap, paint-splattered Timex brand wristwatch with a 7-inch circumference, along with a footprint of a shoe produced by Leavenworth prisoners, sold solely in military outlets. A shoe sold solely in military outlets. Was the sole of the shoe sold solely in military outlets? The shoe size was between 8 and 10 inches. Although only 5'3" in height, Bates had been an athletic girl. Both an examination of the crime scene and Bates' subsequent autopsy revealed ample evidence of a ferocious physical struggle between Bates and her murderer, she having evidently scratched her assailant's arms, face, and head and torn off his wristwatch. Bates's Beetle was parked just 75 yards east of the location where her body was discovered. The ignition wiring of the vehicle had been deliberately pulled loose, but the ignition key was in place and both the driver's side and passenger window were rolled partly down. 3 library books on the subject of U.S. government were lying on the front seat, and several smeared, greasy palm prints and fingerprints were found upon the vehicle. Investigators would determine that these prints did not belong to Bates or any of her friends or relatives, and believe they may have belonged to her murderer. So this guy did not wear gloves, possibly. An autopsy revealed Bates had been repeatedly kicked in the head in addition to having received 2 stab wounds to her chest, inflicted by a knife estimated to be 1.5 inches wide and 3.5 inches in length. Her left cheek, upper lip, hands, and arms had also been cut, with 3 slash wounds to her throat and having severed her jugular and larynx and almost decapitating her. Bates had evidently laid upon the ground when she had received the knife wounds to her left shoulder blade and neck. Furthermore, she had not been subjected to any form of sexual assault or robbery within this attack. Numerous fragments of skin and brown hair were also recovered from beneath the fingernails of her right hand. This evidence having evidently been collected beneath her nails as she clawed at her assailant in a desperate effort to defend herself. The ground surrounding her body was described in her official autopsy report as, quote, looking like a freshly plowed field, end quote. I mean, is that 60s language? I guess you don't really hear things described that way today. November 4th, 1966, Bates was laid to rest at Crestlawn Memorial Park in Riverside. Her parents, older brother, several hundred other mourners were present at this service. Murder scenario. Within 24 hours of Bates's murder, investigators had interviewed 75 individuals, including numerous RCC students, and had begun interviewing military personnel stationed at the nearby March Air Force Base. By November 6th, all but 2 of the individuals known to have been on the RCC campus had been traced and eliminated from the inquiry. Investigators also received testimony from 2 separate individuals who had heard brief female screams emanating from the direction of Terracina Drive on the evening of the murder. From this, plus the conclusion of the coroner, investigators determined Bates had most likely been murdered at approximately 10:15 p.m. Wait a second, though. The library closes at 9. Investigators into her background could also deduce no obvious motive and revealed nothing which could classify her as an obvious or typical target for any form of revenge or random non-sexual violence. Investigators theorized Bates' murderer had likely disabled her vehicle before waiting for her to return from her studying within the college library on the night of her murder. They also believed the perpetrator likely surprised Bates after she had repeatedly attempted to start her car before offering her assistance as an initial ruse to lure her from her vehicle before proceeding to attack her within a dimly lit section of Terracina Drive, partly shielded from the view of potential witnesses by domestic shrubbery. I mean, isn't that still kind of risky, right, between 2 houses? At the time of discovery, both windows of Bates's Beetle were rolled down and the keys of her vehicle were still in the ignition, thus meaning she had likely been forced from her vehicle to the scene of the murder where she stood aside or sat inside her vehicle. At the initiative of Detective Sergeant David Bonine, a staged reenactment of Bates's final hours studying within the RCC library was conducted 9 days after her funeral in the hope of producing vital eyewitnesses. Present at this reenactment were 62 students, 2 librarians, and 1 custodian who had actually been in the library on the evening of October 30th. All of whom sat or stood where they had actually been on the evening in question. All participants who owned a vehicle were asked to park their car in precisely the same spot it had been on the evening of the murder, and all participants wore the same clothing they had on the evening in question. The initiative did bring forward numerous eyewitnesses, although no fruitful leads were gained. Nonetheless, several individuals stated that they had seen a tan gray Studebaker vehicle in the close vicinity of the RCC campus on the evening of October 30th. Despite extensive appeals by both investigators and the local press, the owner of this vehicle was never traced. Interesting. I mean, they really did. It seems like they did a relatively thorough investigation at the time. I mean, major reenactment. I mean, that's a lot of people, over 60 people. Correspondence. 1 month after Bates's murder, 2 identical typewritten letters arrived at Riverside Police Headquarters and the editorial offices of The Press Enterprise. The author of these letters described in detail a likely scenario as to how Bates had been lured from her vehicle and subsequently murdered. This author described in detail how he had first disabled Bates's car before allegedly watching her repeatedly attempt to switch on the ignition until the vehicle battery had drained of power. He had then offered her assistance, claiming his own vehicle was further down the street, thus luring her away from her vehicle. According to the author of this letter, after the two had walked a short distance from her car, he had stated to her, "It's about time," Bates had replied. "About time for what?" To which he had simply replied, "About time for you to die." According to the author, he had then clasped his hand over her mouth and pressed a knife against her neck before forcing her to walk to a dimly lit alley, where he had proceeded to beat and kick Bates in their initial struggle before stabbing and slashing her to death. The author of these letters claimed to have known his victim, proclaiming, quote, "Only one thing was on my mind, making her pay for the brush-offs that she had given me during the years prior," end quote. Due to the fact the letter included details of the murder which had not been released to the press, including the fact that the ignition coil and middle wire of the distributor of Bates's vehicle had been disabled, investigators initially believed that the author of the letter may have been the actual murderer. Although later advances in forensic technology, such as the DNA retrieved from this letter, not matching the actual DNA retrieved from beneath Bates's fingernails, make an unlikely possibility the author of the letter could have been the actual perpetrator of the crime. Unless, of course, there were two perpetrators. And if this is the Zodiac, if he had a partner, is it possible the two of them did this crime? And that's how they know these details, similar to other letters of the Zodiac. On April 30th, 1967, the Press Enterprise printed a further update on Bates's murder. The following day, both the police and Bates's father received handwritten letters from an unknown individual who had scrawled the message, "Bates had to die. There will be more," on a single sheet of paper. This letter was also considered by police to have been a distasteful hoax, although at the bottom of each letter was an indecipherable number or letter, which was either a 2 or a Z. And that's curious. Again, this is approximately 2 years before the first so-called definitively verified Zodiac murders, which was December 20th, 1968, Lake Herman Road. Potential link to Zodiac Killer. It has been hypothesized that Bates may have been an early victim, perhaps the first victim, of an unidentified serial killer active in Northern California from the late 60s to the early 70s, known as the Zodiac Killer. And that this unidentified individual may have originated from Riverside and later moved to the San Francisco Bay Area. One of the potential clues supporting this theory was the discovery of a set of lower initials, RH, inscribed below a macabre poem scratched into a desk at RCC. This poem was discovered by a custodian 6 months after Bates's murder and contains graphic references to repeated assaults upon young women with a bladed weapon. The desk in question was in the college storage area at the time the poem was discovered, although the custodian informed police the desk had been on the library floor at the time of Bates's murder. Police photographed the inscription and added this piece of circumstantial evidence to the file. So this is the inscription here. "Sick of living / unwilling to die. Cut, clean, if ready, clean, blood spurting, dripping, spilling all over her new dress. Oh well, it was red. Anyway. Life draining into an uncertain death. She won't die this time. Someone will find her. Just wait till next time. RH." Wow. So again, not definitive per se, but supposedly on the library floor that night. Furthermore, the fact that the perpetrator subsequently sent correspondence to the police and press, including details of the murder withheld from the public, is reminiscent of the Zodiac Killer. In addition, Riverside police have also noted similarities between Bates's slang and the general modus operandi of a fatal attack upon a young couple committed at Lake Berryessa in September '69, an attack conclusively ascribed to the Zodiac Killer. San Francisco Chronicle journalist Paul Avery followed the series of murders committed by the Zodiac Killer from the date of the perpetrator's first definite murders. In November 1970, Avery received a letter from an anonymous source informing him of the similarities between the murders committed by the Zodiac Killer and the murder of Bates 4 years previously. The letter urged Avery to investigate the similarities in greater detail. Although Riverside police remained unconvinced of his conclusions, both Avery and a handwriting expert named Sherwood Morrow stated on November 16th that the handwriting scratched on the desk at RCC and the letters sent to the Press Enterprise and Bates' father in 1967 were unquestionably written by the same individual who had later written the Zodiac letters. By this date, the Zodiac Killer claimed to have killed 14 victims, although only 5 murders and 2 attempts committed between November and 2 attempted murders committed between December 68 and October 69 have ever been conclusively attributed to this individual. I mean, everybody keeps stating individual again. How do they know it's only one guy? In a letter dated March 13, 1971, the Zodiac Killer penned a letter to the LA Times in which he claimed to be responsible for the murder of Bates, stating, quote, "I do have to give the police credit for stumbling across my Riverside activity, but they are only finding the easy ones. There are a hell of a lot more down there," end quote. And of course, down there, some believe belongs to Southern California as a whole, which possibly includes the Gaviota slayings, Domingos and Edwards, in 63. So this is a evaluation of the mindset of the murder of Bates, written by Chief Psychologist of Patton State Hospital, July 1967. Quote, "He is obsessed and pathologically preoccupied with intense hatred against female figures, all the more so if he sees the young woman as attractive. Because of his own unconscious feelings of inadequacy, he is not likely to act out his feelings sexually, but in fantasy as a rule. The fantasy can take on aggressive aspects. I would like to emphasize that there is a real possibility that he can become homicidal again," end quote. Detective Jim Simmons, current investigator assigned to the unsolved murder of Bates, November 2013, stated this, quote, "I have personally spoken to the previous detectives assigned to the case, and they genuinely believe that the Cheri Joe Bates case is not related to the Zodiac murders. They believe it was an acquaintance of hers or a scorned love interest." Alternate theories. Former LA police investigator Steve Hodel, in his book Most Evil, has claimed that his father, George Hodel, was responsible for the murder of Bates. This claim has been viewed with little credibility, not least because, among other cases, Hodel has also claimed his father was the Zodiac Killer, Lipstick Killer, and the perpetrator of the 1947 murder of the Black Dahlia. Later developments. In August 2021, Riverside Police Department's Homicide Cold Case Unit published an update regarding the handwritten correspondence stating that the author of the letters claiming responsibility for Bates' murder had been identified via DNA analysis in 2020 and has admitted writing the correspondence. According to the update, the author of the correspondence had initially and anonymously contacted investigators in 2016, explaining the correspondence had been a distasteful hoax. The individual has expressed remorse and apologized for the hoax, explaining that he had been a troubled teenager at the time and that he had written and mailed the letters as a means of seeking attention. And I'm assuming that they ruled him out just based on other evidence. I mean, the palm print. Is there still DNA evidence from her fingernails? Aftermath. Officially, Bates' murder remains an unsolved case, and the theory that she was a victim of the Zodiac Killer, which has been strongly disputed by the Riverside Police, has never been proven. Despite several suspects having been investigated and eliminated from the inquiry since 1966, the current investigator assigned to the case, Detective Jim Simons, has stated one individual still remains of interest to the investigation. Although, because tests conducted upon the mitochondrial DNA of the hair and blood samples found at the crime scene did not match those of the suspect, insufficient physical evidence exists to link the individual to the crime. Investigators who conducted DNA profiling, however, were able to determine that her murderer was a Caucasian male. So again, does not exclude Zodiac. Alright, so let's look a little deeper at the Bates murder. This is from ZodiacCiphers.com. Bates, born in Omaha, Nebraska, February 4th, 1948, was murdered Sunday, October 30th, 66, in an alleyway beside the Riverside City College Library, brutally attacked and killed as a result of a severed right carotid artery due to laceration of neck due to probable knife, measuring minimum 3.5 inches long, 1/2 inch wide. The killer had sabotaged her Volkswagen Beetle by tampering with the middle wire of the distributor with the intention of luring the young girl to her death. Cheri Jo Bates was a gregarious, outgoing woman who easily made friends, and apparent by her desire to become an air stewardess, where personality and social skills are key ingredients. This makes it even more strange that such a vivacious young woman, who by all accounts was in amiable, humorous, and sociable mood all day, could enter the Riverside College Library shortly after opening time, 6 p.m., it only opens at 6? It's only open from 6 to 9? Curious. Check out 3 books from stocks and go unnoticed by virtually everybody in the cramped library annex, including her close friends who were present between 6:30 and 9 p.m. that evening. No testimony of the library attendees that night corroborate the widespread claims that she left the library at its 9 p.m. closing time. All right, so we're really going into MINDSHOCK land now, because as we begin to explore this case, regardless of whether it's a Zodiac murder or not, I mean, this is weird. This does not add up. So she's very popular. A lot of people know her. The library has a fair amount of people in it, and not a single witness can corroborate that she was there or that she left at 9 p.m., including her friends. And wouldn't she say hi to her friend? I mean, again, if you're... I don't know. What's the normal protocol? This is what we need controls. I'm sure the interviews should have asked. They should have asked. I mean, normally when they see her at the library, is there an exchange? Is there some kind of greeting? And just how large is this library? This does not seem to be a gigantic library where you wouldn't run into somebody just from apparent photographs here. In fact, a reconstruction performed by police 2 weeks later, the majority of the 60-plus people assembled do not remember ever seeing Bates. The only 2 recollections, so there were 2, but I mean, still not a lot, but were that of a Mexican-American student who noticed Cheri Jo Bates close to opening time, and shortly thereafter, who stated, quote, he knew Cheri Jo Bates and had noticed her in the library the night in question. He said he saw the girl writing something with a ballpoint pen in her blue spiral school notebook. The boy told us he was outside about 5:30 p.m. waiting for the library to open at 6, and it was then that he saw the girl. Wait a second. So he saw her before opening? He noticed her in the library. He noticed her outside. A male librarian at the college said he thought he saw Bates in the library that Sunday evening. What makes this crime even more unusual is that nobody set eyes on the young woman from around the time the library opened at 6 p.m. that evening until her body was discovered 12 hours later laying in a dirt alleyway. So apparently, we only have one student who noticed her. He knew her, and he noticed her as he was waiting for the library to open. Curious. And then a librarian is unsure. The male librarian said he thought he saw her. So not a definitive ID. So we have one ID from somebody who specifically knew her and noticed her. You know what's really insane? I mean, I'm sure these people were investigated, but if she was harmed elsewhere and this was some kind of setup, now this makes it least likely because we're talking the 60s here. I mean, how elaborate is this going to be? It's just, it is kind of bizarre that nobody saw her. And then the writing on the desk, that creepy poem matching the Zodiac's handwriting. I mean, it's weird. Let's continue here. Walter Siebert of 3667 Glorine Court, who attended the library that evening, stated that, quote, he and a few friends were in the library from 7:15 until 9, but did not see Miss Bates, whom they all knew. They said they saw 4 men dressed in work clothes sitting on a fence across the spot where Miss Bates's car was found, but they did not know them. These 4 men were interrogated by police and said, quote, they had seen Cheri Jo near her car the previous night, end quote. The 4 men who viewed the young graduate that evening on Terracina Drive at approximately 6 p.m. when Cheri Jo Bates parked up were again spotted in the same location at 7:15 p.m. by Walter Siebert and friends. It doesn't matter if the 4 men spotted her at 6 p.m. or when she returned to a vehicle at any later time, because the interrogated men did not recall or relay to police any information pertaining to Cheri Jo Bates being approached or accompanied by an unknown male, noticing her car being tampered with and disabled, any other car parked behind her, or being abducted from the vicinity of her vehicle. In fact, they didn't relay any suspicious activity whatsoever, and may likely have been in this location between 6 and 7:15 p.m., corroborated by themselves and Walter Siebert. The idea that she entered the library, her Volkswagen Beetle was then disabled, and upon her return failed to start the engine before being aided by the Good Samaritan is patently false. The 4 men also never mentioned to police hearing any screams or cries for help that night, despite the alleyway where Cheri Jo was found murdered being only 225 feet, 75 yards from their location. Using the above eyewitness testimony, Cheri Jo Bates likely entered the library sometime between 6 and 6:30. I mean, wouldn't it have to be closer to 6 if we're trusting the testimony of the student who was there at 5:30 waiting to get in? And so if he's getting in at 6, if that's accurate, because he was waiting, it said that he was there 5:30 waiting for it to open at 6, and it was then he saw the girl, so shortly before 6 possibly? So, using the above eyewitness testimony, Cheri Jo Bates likely entered the library sometime between 6 p.m. and 6:30 p.m. before her close friends arrived, and while the library was relatively empty of students. Okay, so it wasn't that crowded between 6 and 6:30. So if it got more crowded later, that would make slightly more sense that nobody saw her. But how did her close friends, it says here, her close friends, so if this is accurate, we're not even talking about acquaintances or general friends here. This article here on ZodiacCyphers.com is stating that there were close friends of hers present in the library, and apparently they didn't see her. Now, wow, there is so much to dissect here. I mean, there's a lot here. So, police early on, we're going to go into a couple different theories. Now the police are stating that they believe it was someone known to her, either former friend or some kind of jaded love interest of some kind, possibly not reciprocated. And if this individual who did something to her is an acquaintance with the friends, and if there was some kind of massive falling out where they did see her but they didn't want to say they saw her, and they didn't want to cast suspicion upon themselves, and they didn't want to lie and say they greeted her, if they simply ignored her because there was something going on there. Again, I'm just speculating here. How many explanations are there for those friends to state they never saw her if the library is not crowded when they said they arrived close to opening time, and it doesn't become crowded till later? How can that be explained? The other issue, of course, is the 4 workmen. So they're just hanging out, doing nothing, on a Sunday night by the school library, and they just happen to leave by about 7:15, right before all of this goes down. and they just happened to not see anybody tampering with the vehicle. So, yeah, I mean, if whoever wanted to harm her was in the library, and they did write on that desk, of course, there's no proof that they wrote that morbid poem at that moment on that night. The desk, supposedly the janitor said the desk was on the floor. That doesn't mean it had the writing in it at that exact moment was being written by someone there. But if somebody was in the library, if someone happened to be in the library at the time they saw her and then they left before it closed to tamper with her car shortly before, but if it's that crowded, would they do that? Or is it more likely that these four workmen, where one or two of them could be lookouts in various areas and one of them could tamper with the vehicle? And we'll be getting into them further. So, okay, let's continue here. Halloween morning, groundskeeper Cleophas Martin, 48, was traveling along Terracina Drive at 6:30 a.m., slightly west of the Riverside Library Annex, when he discovered the lifeless body of Cheri Jo Bates lying face down in the dirt alleyway. Her body was discovered on the west side of the alleyway between two vacant properties. Cheri Jo Bates had been brutally attacked with a knife. There were signs of a violent struggle with her murderer, the skin and hair present in the young woman's fingernails and hand that in later years would reveal a mitochondrial DNA fingerprint. Another point here, supposedly she was kicked in the head and stabbed. Is that more consistent with more than one attacker? Because if she's struggling, one attacker is kicking her in the head, the other stabbing her, does that make more sense than one individual needing to kick her in the head a bunch of times and stab her? I don't know. A Timex watch with a broken strap was discovered only 10 feet from her body, likely wrenched off during the vicious attack. The Timex watch, which bore specks of household paint, presumed to be the offender's, was found just 10 feet away from her body with the wristband broken, although it failed to provide any clues to the killer's identity. Another curiosity, would workmen in work clothes have specks of household paint on their watch? Screams were heard in a campus area from nearby residents at approximately 10:15 to 10:45 p.m. And see, here's another curiosity. The library closes at 9. The screams were heard between 10:15 and 10:45. So the nearby residents, they couldn't give an exact minute. Now, what that means, I'm assuming that one resident said it was closer to 10:15 and another resident said it was closer to 10:45. Or were they both adamant that one heard screams at 10:15, one heard at 10:45, or did they give a range? Did they both give a range between 10:15 and 10:45? So let's cut it down the middle. So approximately 10:30, there are screams. What was she doing for over an hour after leaving the library? If it's that crowded and there are that many cars there was nobody there that could help her? Now, nobody saw her leave the library. Now, this is another problem. I mean, this case is really, really mysterious in this way, where we have anomalies here that can't be explained. Even if this is not connected to the Zodiac, I mean, this is one strange case. Nobody spotted her leaving? So she could have theoretically left even earlier. And we only have one person claiming definitively to have seen her. The male librarian said he thought he might have saw her. Not quite definitive. Although maybe he did. This other student, if this other student is not covering for somebody, and I'm not saying they are or they are not, because theoretically, maybe she never even went in the library. But supposedly there's library books in her car. So it seems that she would have had to have been at the library at some point. So if we match all this up, is it possible she was actually at the library? Yes. We have one definitive ID if that individual's not lying. And we have one generic possible ID, which, again, why would the librarian would have, I don't think, I mean, unless there's some kind of vast conspiracy, that the librarian would have no reason to lie. But nobody saw her leaving. So could she have left much earlier? Could she have taken a ride with somebody and then they take her back while somebody else had tampered with the vehicle? If this was some kind of plot. Or was she just jumped by the workmen? But if these screams, because I guess it's possible the screams could have been somebody else, right? I mean, 365 nights a year. If regardless of what neighborhood you live in, there's probably a couple nights a year that there are screams. Now, is it beyond the realm of possibility that these screams were not Cheri Jo Bates? It's possible. I mean, how can we say it's not possible? It's possible. Or they got their times wrong, which is also possible. We have to look at all these variables here. So, back to this breakdown here on ZodiacCiphers.com. If Cheri Jo Bates had entered the library between 6 and 6:30 p.m. and left immediately after checking out her library books, then she could not have simply been led away from her vehicle on the pretext of help and murder in the alleyway. The screams were heard approximately 4 hours later. And in addition, the numerous people entering and exiting the library from 6 to 9 that evening would surely have noticed the stricken Miss Bates. Remember, Cheri Jo Bates was spotted in the area of the library shortly before and after 6 p.m. by several eyewitnesses. They're saying several, but apparently it was only 2 from the breakdown here. It was the one student and then the one male librarian. So they're putting her in the library shortly before, shortly after, within minutes. So that opens up the time span of her possibly going elsewhere. Is it possible she actually drove elsewhere? If somebody asked her for a ride there, theoretically she could have. But then but see, here's the wrench. The workmen. The workmen are stating they didn't see her. Is it possible the workmen are criminals? They did see her, and they just don't want to be involved in any way. They had nothing to do with what happened to her, but they did see her leave, possibly with somebody, and they don't want to be involved in any way, and they're afraid it's going to be pinned on them, so they just don't say anything at all. And they say they didn't see her. And they agree to say that amongst each other because they're involved in other illegal activities and they don't want to be looked at any closer. Although, I don't know, they should have still been looked at very closely. But it seems like it's very difficult to make these variables fit because no matter how we look at it, it doesn't make any sense with the amount of people in the library. See, if the library was basically empty, like a horror movie, that would make a little bit more sense because nobody saw nothing because nobody was there. But we have so many people there, especially closer to close. I mean, it's weird. If Cheri Jo Bates had entered the library shortly after it opened and had left at 9 p.m. upon its closing, it is inconceivable she could have spent upwards of 2.5 hours inside the cramped library annex and remained invisible for the entire duration to everybody inside it, including her close friends. Even had this been possible, we are left with literally 75 to 90 minutes from her leaving the library to the sound of the screams in the alleyway, and once again, I suppose it's theoretically possible those screams were not her. We have to keep that in mind, or the timing could be off by a lot. It certainly didn't take that long to walk from the library to her Volkswagen Beetle parked just 30 yards away, receive the assistance from her attacker, and then travel back to the alleyway where she was ultimately found murdered. Neither scenario makes any sense, so there has to be an alternative sequence of events. The location of Cheri Jo Bates shortly after 6 p.m. and 10:15 to 10:45 p.m. therefore has to lie somewhere. One has to speculate. The 2 vacant buildings either side of where Cheri Jo Bates was found having recently been purchased by the college. Okay, so both buildings are vacant. So if somebody knows both houses are vacant, and the college is the one that purchased them. So now we really have to look. And who discovered the body? The janitor. Huh. So and the janitor would know, presumably. A college janitor might know. Obviously not necessarily, but it's possible. Especially if he was asked to clean or take care of the buildings in any way. So, wow. So this is shaping up here to be really mysterious here. Would someone known to Cheri Jo Bates and other students, or someone familiar with the campus grounds, have been aware that these buildings were unoccupied, and at approximately 10:30 p.m. at night, the risk of detection at this location was limited? Something a stranger would be unaware of. Would a stranger or persons known to the area have begun an attack between 2 buildings and inflicted numerous injuries on a screaming woman, not knowing if they were occupied? I mean, these are great questions. Of course, if this is a psycho killer and they don't care, I mean, we have to keep that in mind as well. But I suppose this was a question for the Zodiac Killer at Presidio Heights. The college was undergoing renovation and the Timex watch had paint splashes on it. So was it a crime of opportunity from somebody connected with the college? I'm still curious about those workmen. Where were they working? And why were they randomly hanging out there? Were they working nearby or were they working in those buildings? A magazine publication dated January 69 described the crime at the murder scene. Drops of dried blood leading from the body to Terracina Drive were discovered, indicating the detective that the murderer had walked to the street following the slaying. The crime has many unanswered questions, in fact, 4 hours worth. A couple more details now on the watch here. This is a photograph of the watch after being taken into evidence. It now reads 12:23. That is also curious. Because was it banged up and it stopped at 12:23, or did it never work in the first place, or it stopped working earlier? Actually, it says here the watch did not stop functioning in the aftermath of the attack. This is a widespread misconception. Timex watches were extremely common in the 1960s, and the origin of this watch has yet to be fully determined. The idea it was purchased in England cannot be substantiated, so it doesn't have a serial number. The wristband was measured at 7 inches and had broken away from the upper face of the watch, most likely during the attack on Cheri Jo Bates. Small flecks of white paint were discovered on the watch, leading some observers to believe the assailant may have been involved in the renovation of the Riverside campus just prior to the brutal murder. Now, here's another point, too, because if this is somebody, again, random crimes are quite rare. A murdered female or a harmed female usually is harmed at the hands of someone known to her, or at the very least, someone who knows her, even if she doesn't know them. So if it was somebody who was watching her that was renovating for whatever days, weeks, possibly months, and then they just took an opportunity to harm her, and if it was more than one individual, I still can't get around these 4 workmen. There needs to be, is there no more detail regarding these 4 workmen? Also, 4 workmen, if they all want to be involved in the crime, it's weird, though, because supposedly she was not sexually assaulted. There's another statement here. On the Wikipedia, it says there's a witness statement from a female RCC student that claimed a young man whose age she estimated to be either 19 or 20 years old, approximately 5'11", in height, had been lurking in the shadows across from the street from Bates's vehicles and had been staring in the direction of her car at around the standard closing time of the library. Although the witness did not know the individual lurking within the shaded area aside the street, as she passed him, the two had exchanged brief pleasantries. And that's curious, because if this is an authentic statement here, or if a female harmed her, or a female, or possibly a group of male and female friends, if they harmed her, did she make that statement up to throw suspicion away? Because apparently she's the only one who saw this man. Or if she's not lying, then again, this would have to be a prime suspect, but this is around 9 p.m., so nobody sees her leave. Nobody sees her go to the car, but this female student sees a guy staring at her vehicle from the shadows. Does that seem like a legitimate statement, or does that seem like a conjured up statement? I don't know. It's kind of weird. We have to keep in mind it's the 60s, too. Not that people didn't lie in the 60s, but it seems like if this happened now, I would have a lot more skepticism towards this supposed witness. Not that I don't have skepticism now, of course, but it's just I have less skepticism just because it was the 60s. I don't know. Maybe that makes me a little bit naive, but it just seems like there would be less people making up stories in the 60s. Not that they weren't doing that. Continuing on here from ZodiacCiphers.com. 1 month later, November 29th, 1966, a typed confession letter would arrive claiming responsibility for the murder of Cheri Jo Bates and bragging about the crime. Exactly 6 months after the murder, April 30th, 1967, 3 letters were sent to Joseph Bates, Cheri's father. Riverside Press Enterprises and Riverside Police. They were very short in nature. Two contained the words, Bates had to die, there will be more. But the letter to Joseph Bates stated she had to die, there will be more. Furthermore, a morbid poem was discovered written in blue ballpoint pen on the underside of a plywood folding desktop at the Riverside City College, discovered by a janitor in December 66. So they actually did not know this. So that was discovered later. Huh. Curious. Questioned documents examiner Cheryl Morrill, who analyzed many of the Zodiac letters, would link the Riverside correspondence to the Zodiac killer. However, not everybody's convinced that Cheri Jo Bates' murder is connected to the attacks in the Bay Area. Okay, let's look. They have an in-depth timeline here. So, of course, this is October 30th, 1966. The Mexican-American student, 6 p.m., he stated he knew Cheri Jo Bates, noticed her in the library the night in question, saw the girl writing something with a ballpoint pen in her blue spiral school notebook. The boy told us he was outside at 5:30 waiting for the library to open at 6, and it was then he saw the girl, so roughly at 6. And then a male librarian thought he saw her in the library that Sunday evening. Also, because this Mexican-American student stated he saw her blue spiral notebook, of course this could be verified whether she had a blue spiral notebook or not. Although, that's a pretty safe guess, because I'm assuming a lot of people have blue. I mean, how many possible colors? I mean, nowadays there's a lot more and designs, but back then, I mean, there's just basic colors, so. 6:10 p.m. Detective Sergeant David Bonine stated that a close friend of Bates saw her drive past in her lime green Volkswagen Beetle approximately 6:10 p.m. heading toward the Riverside City College on Magnolia Avenue. The friend waved at her, but apparently she failed to notice and did not reciprocate the gesture. A second report from about the same time period was relayed to police from an Air Force man who lived close to Riverside City College Library. He was passed by a lime green Volkswagen Beetle driven by a blonde female up an alley parallel to Magnolia, east of the Shelley Lynn apartments. Her vehicle was being followed by a 65 or 66 bronze Oldsmobile. This must have been slightly after 6:10 p.m., indicating that Cheri Jo Bates was heading to the library to park up. Okay, so this Mexican-American student stated he saw her. If he's waiting outside the library at 5:30 p.m., the library opens at 6, would he just continue to, if he's there that early to get in the library, would he continue hanging out for so many minutes afterwards? Because by the earlier accounts here, that first half hour, it's not crowded. So there's no line to get in or anything. So, and if she didn't get there till after 6:10, possibly 6:15, this guy's just hanging out, or... Because he said it was at 6. It was then he saw the girl, when the library's opening at 6. Huh. Now, if he was only off by 5 minutes, but if he's off by over 15 minutes, we have to really... I mean, I don't know. What does that mean? Her vehicle was ultimately found on Terracina Drive, right next to Magnolia. If we assume she discharged her own 3 library books, then she must have entered the library at approximately 6:15 p.m. The above 2 eyewitnesses' times are approximated. So if the Mexican-American student saw Cheri Jo Bates in the library the night in question shortly after it opened, it was likely closer to 6:15 p.m. Shortly after 6:10 p.m., 4 young men under police interrogation stated that they had seen Cheri Jo near her car the previous night. They didn't recall any suspicious activity around the Volkswagen Beetle that evening, so the claim that she was abducted as she arrived or had returned to a disabled vehicle could not have happened during the time they were sitting the fence opposite to her vehicle, again, unless they are involved or unless they don't want to be involved and lied in some way. They were later spotted by other eyewitnesses in the exact same location. The time the 4 young men spotted Cheri Jo Bates has been approximated at 6:13 p.m., likely when she had exited her vehicle to take the short walk to the library. It couldn't have been on her return because if somebody had tampered with her vehicle during her absence and she had failed to start the Beetle, this would have been relayed to police by the 4 young men, which they apparently did not. And again, we really don't know their motivations or any of that. So if we're taking everything they said at face value, then yes. Cheri Jo Bates entered the Riverside City College Library, took out 3 books. The Mexican-American student noticed her in the library. The male librarian thought he saw her in the library. Okay, so basically, he's saying he saw her in the library, not outside the library, but shortly after it opened. The thing that's a little curious to me, I guess he could just be bad with time. Because it was the fact that he's waiting a half an hour for it to open. How off could he be? But I don't know. Extract from the November 29th, 1966 confession letter. I first cut the middle wire from the distributor, then I waited for her in the library, and then followed her out after about 2 minutes. The battery must have been dead by then. I then offered to help. She was then very willing to talk to me. I told her that my car was down the street and that I would give her a lift home. When we were away from the library walking, I said it was about time. She asked me about time for what, and I said it was about time for her to die. The 4 young men sitting opposite Cheri Jo Bates' Beetle never saw anybody tamper with the engine. The 4 young men were still sitting on this fence at 7:15 p.m., 1 hour after seeing Cheri Jo Bates park up. Therefore, the only way that the author of the confession letter may be proved correct is if the 4 young men left that location shortly after spotting Bates leave her vehicle, only to return to the same spot sometime later. The 4 men notice the young woman leave her vehicle. They walk away from the near vicinity, at which point the assailant disables the Volkswagen, tracks Bates, offers her assistance, then murders her in the alleyway, likely before 6:30 p.m. The 4 young men then return to the original location after 6:30 p.m. and before 7:15 p.m. Hence, see or hear nothing untoward. However, this is not possible because a later eyewitness present in the alleyway at 9:30 p.m. saw no signs of murder. So was she in one of those buildings at 9:30 p.m.? Okay, other students who were acquainted with Cheri Jo said they were in the library between 6:30 and 6:40 and did not see the girl during that time. Okay, so if this is her close friends and they didn't get there on open, they got there at 6:30, is it possible they just missed her? This suggests that Cheri Jo Bates had entered the library at approximately 6:15 p.m., then had discharged her reading material, and exited the vicinity of the library annex by 6:29 p.m. at the latest. Had she traveled back to her Volkswagen Beetle at this point, it is likely her friends would have spotted her by the stricken vehicle. Had she left the library slightly earlier at 6:20, finding her car unresponsive, it is likely she would have returned to the library for assistance or to make a phone call. She could not have immediately been lured away and murdered in the alleyway, as her body was apparently not lying in the alleyway up to 9:30 p.m., and corroborated by a female eyewitness. Walter Siebert stated that he and a few friends were in the library from 7:15 until 9, but did not see Miss Bates, whom they all knew. They said they saw 4 men dressed in work clothes sitting on a fence across from the spot where Miss Bates's car was found, but they did not know them. So not just 4 workmen nearby, they were actually sitting right across from Miss Bates's car. A fence across from the spot. It doesn't say the exact distance, but I'm assuming here it's relatively close. This indicated that 4 young men were present from 6:15 through 7:15, opposite Cheri Jo Bates' Beetle, or had left and returned by 7:15. Walter Siebert and friends recall the 4 men, but not Bates. Further indicated that the 4 men must have spotted her at approximately 6:13 p.m. when she arrived at Teresina Drive to enter the library. The vehicle had still yet to be disabled at this point. I mean, I don't want to get real crazy with how the vehicle could have been disabled, but is it theoretically possible, if this was a mechanic or somebody with experience with vehicles, is it possible they could have jiggled the cable in some kind of a manner? I mean, it says it was completely disabled, but I don't know. Is it possible it could have been messed with earlier and they knew at some point it would stop working? Or was it some kind of battery sabotage where they knew it would only last X amount and it was done prior to where she stopped at the library? Just thinking outside the box. I'm not saying that's likely in any way. I'm just trying to cover every single possible scenario here. Okay, 9 p.m., the library shuts and the remaining patrons leave the building. There is still no sign of Bates. Zodiac Unmasked by Robert Graysmith states this: Cheri Jo checked out 3 books from the local college library, though her friends were at the small, cramped library, so not only is it not big, supposedly it's very small. Between 7:15 and 8:57 p.m., none recalled seeing her there. At 9 p.m., when the archives closed, she returned to her car to discover the engine would not catch, and here she had been working part-time at the Riverside National Bank. Parked behind her car was a Tucker torpedo that was not there before. So the analysis of this Robert Graysmith comment here, some of this is clearly not true, because if nobody saw her, how could she have been seen returning to her vehicle at 9 p.m.? The mention of the Tucker torpedo is interesting, since only 51 vehicles were ever made before the company folded in 1949. The eyewitnesses may have been mistaken to the make of the vehicle, but if not, the screams heard later in the alleyway, closely followed by the sound of an old vehicle pulling away, may have a bearing. The Daily Enterprise, Riverside, 1966. Detectives investigating the murder of Cheri Bates are looking for a car almost identical to this one. Police say a 1947 to 1952 model Studebaker with light-colored oxidized paint was parked on Riverside Avenue just south of Terracina Drive about 7 p.m. on the night that the Riverside City College freshman was stabbed to death. Detectives said a recent reenactment of the murder at the college campus provided this information. They ask anyone who knows of a car similar to this one used by police to stage this photograph to contact a police department. Since the Tucker torpedo was supposedly spotted behind Cheri Jo Bates' Volkswagen Beetle when people were leaving the library, with both vehicles facing the library, it could be argued that the witness to the Tucker torpedo only saw its front end. Both the Tucker torpedo and the Studebaker have similar aeroplane front end characteristics. Could these vehicles have been mistaken as one? And again, we have to also keep in mind this was at night, so it seems like at night they're not identical, but they're also not completely different types of vehicle. In the dark, in the shadows, maybe, who knows. At approximately 9:30 p.m., a female student purportedly noticed a man standing in the fateful alleyway smoking a cigarette and exchanged brief greetings with him. She later failed to identify anybody from a photographic lineup, including Bob Barnett, the prime suspect in the Riverside Police Department investigation. He would later be excluded using mitochondrial DNA retrieved from blood-clotted hair found at the base of Cheri Jo Bates' right thumb. And also, I don't know why people are so convinced it was one perpetrator. Because if it was more than one guy, I mean, that could explain a few things. And I mean, not just in this case, but in other cases, if it's more than one guy, and obviously serial killers and such, they usually work alone, but again, the usual cases are solved when the evidence is there. I mean, obviously a lot are not. Obviously a lot of the unsolved cases are also done by single perpetrators, but I'm just saying there's certain cases where if there is more than one person involved, and the police are convinced, but then the DNA clears them, that still doesn't really clear them, does it? They could have still been involved. That just means someone else was also involved. The female student eyewitness was certainly credible enough to police because they later retrieved a cigarette butt from the alleyway close to where the man was last seen standing. It was listed in the Riverside DNA Evidence Analysis Report. The cigarette butt had a DNA concentration of 0.003 nanograms per microliter. The question is, could the cigarette DNA be ruled out from the DNA recovered from the base of Cheri Jo Bates' thumb? Was this man waiting in the alleyway for Cheri Jo Bates to return to her vehicle? Was he expecting her to have been in the library? But when she didn't exit the library at 9 p.m., he hung around the shadows of the alleyway with one eye on her vehicle. Another curiosity is what or who else was in the library or the vicinity where Bates may have possibly interacted with a friend or someone else, and that's why she was gone so long and not actually in the main library area where she would have been seen. Screams were heard coming from the vicinity of the alleyway sometime between 10:15 and 10:45. Zodiac by Robert Graysmith states, a neighbor heard an awful scream, okay, so not a regular scream, between 10:15 and 10:45, and then about 2 minutes of silence, and finally the sound of an old car starting up. A man returning to the area at 10:30 told us he heard 2 screams then. What the? Okay. So one guy said between that's like the one scenario I didn't think of. I said they both either said 10:15 between 10:15 10:45. One said 10:15, one said 10:45, or both said 10:30. Apparently one said between 10:15 and 10:45, the other said 10:30. If the details are accurate, and then the killer was returning to his old 1948 Tucker Torpedo parked just behind Bates's Beetle, this would have been approximately 250 feet, if Robert Graysmith is to be believed. So why the 2 minutes of silence? Was he frantically searching in the darkness for the Timex watch yanked from his wrist? That's a pretty good theory. And then he couldn't find it, and he decided it was too risky if he heard other cars, so he got out of there. Magazine dated January 69. At the murder scene, drops of dried blood leading from the body to Terracina Drive were discovered, indicated to the detective that the murderer had walked to the street following the slaying. This would certainly be the right direction to his vehicle had he parked it behind the Beetle. A female ear witness described an awful scream between 10:15 and 10:45, and then about 2 minutes of silence, and finally the sound of an old car starting up. If the author of the confession letter really was the killer of Cheri Jo Bates, can we estimate the location of his vehicle, assuming the ear witness was hearing the actual murder take place? By combining the direction of the blood trail to one side of Terracina Drive with the 2-minute interval from the scream to vehicle starting up, we can use the details in the confession letter to pinpoint fairly accurately the location of his vehicle. The confession letter stated, she let out a scream once, and I kicked her in the head to shut her up. I plunged the knife into her and it broke. I then finished the job out, cutting her throat. If this is when he finished the job out before leaving the scene, then he had 2 minutes to kick her in the head, plunge the knife into her, cut her throat, and walk to his waiting vehicle, assuming he isn't searching for the watch. Allotting about 45 seconds at the murder scene, he has approximately 75 cents to negotiate the 100 feet to Terracina Drive and the rest to reach his vehicle. Traveling at an average walking speed of 1.4 meters per second, the 100 feet 30.48 meter journey could take about 22 seconds, leaving 53 seconds walking time on Terracina Drive. That would mean a vehicle parked 243 feet, or 74 meters, or 81 yards from the alleyway. Bates's Volkswagen was parked 75 yards, 68 meters, east of the alleyway, just beyond the library annex. This rough estimate would place the killer's vehicle only 18 feet behind her vehicle, had he exited the alleyway east, the ideal spot to offer her assistance when her vehicle failed to start, and the near exact location of the Tucker Torpedo or Studebaker described in Graysmith's book. So, rounding out this write-up here, October 31st, 1966, Halloween morning, groundskeeper, City College groundskeeper Cleophas Martin was traveling along Terracina Drive 6:30 a.m., slightly west of the Riverside City College Library Annex, when he discovered the lifeless body of Bates lying face down in the gravel alleyway. Okay, so another question I have is whether Mr. Martin here, did he know the 4 workmen? That would be a good question. So, regarding the autopsy findings, they calculated her body temperature, so her time of death was approximately 7:31 p.m. Now, of course, there's a margin for error here, but according to the calculations, they're going by liver temperature, was 26 Celsius and 28 Celsius at 9:31 a.m. So at 1.5 degrees Fahrenheit per hour, there was a fall from, and factoring in the daily temperature, which was a max of 97, wow, it was hot that day, falling to 52 degrees at the lowest. So they approximated an ambient temperature, and it supposedly, so by the time it cooled 18 degrees at autopsy, which would take 12 hours. And so they're roughly at 8. So at that time, they have two numbers here. So from one of the liver measurements, it'd be 8:31 p.m. or slightly earlier. From the other one, the bottom liver measurement, there is a drop of 20 degrees, just over 14 hours. So the murder would be 7:31 p.m. So we have a time between 7:31 and 8:31. If this is accurate, that would put her murder before closing time. But can that be... So that can't be possible if we trust the witness that nobody was in the alley, unless she was killed in one of the buildings and moved to the alley later, after 9:30, after close, after that witness. So the screams supposedly are heard between 10:15 and 10:45. Now, obviously those screams could be her being attacked if she didn't die instantly, though. So her body would remain temperature even if she was unconscious, of course. So there's a lot of variables here, but according to this math, which of course could be wrong, they're generally giving an estimate here that she would have been killed between 6:30 and 8:30, just with the max amount of error for the autopsy temperatures. So between 6:30, so no later than 8:30. So then those screams would not have been hers, if these numbers are accurate. Another interesting thing regarding the autopsy, pathologist F. Renee Modglin stated the gastric contents suggested she had eaten a supper-type meal, probably not more than 2 to 4 hours before death. In addition, the stomach contents contained at least 100 milliliters of thick fluid with particulate food particles in which they are easily recognizable as large pieces of beef, along with vegetable particulates and or celery and onion, and what appears to be milk or cottage cheese. Cheri Jo Bates consumed this meal prior to 5 p.m. before Joseph Bates arrived home. Food takes approximately 2 to 5 hours to leave the stomach, depending on its constitution. The pathologist stated she had eaten not more than 2 to 4 hours before her death. This means that if she ate at approximately 4:30 p.m., she would have been killed sometime between 6:30 and 8:30, tying in with the findings of body temperatures above and indication of an earlier murder. This is all quite curious. This is all very, very curious, because all of these estimates would basically say that she couldn't have been killed by 8:30, even if we add another half hour, by about 9, so she still would have been killed before the library closed. Huh. So this would match the confession letter on November 29th, 1966, if Cheri Jo Bates arrived at the library at 6:15, checked out her books immediately, and was followed to her vehicle before being killed at 6:30. The author states, Miss Bates was stupid. She went to the slaughter like a lamb. She did not put up a struggle, but I did. It was a ball. I first cut the middle wire from the distributor, then I waited for her in the library and followed her out after about 2 minutes. The battery must have been about dead by then. I then offered to help. She was then very willing to talk to me. I told her that my car was down the street and that I would give her a lift home. When we were away from the library walking, I said it was about time. She asked me about time for what? I said it was about time for her to die. However, this throws up an unlikely scenario that 65 people entering and leaving the library that night between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. would fail to spot the stricken Miss Bates lying in the driveway for at least 2.5 hours. Even if the murder occurred at 7:30 or 8:30, we still have a problem, particularly in light of screams being heard at 10:30 at night by local residents. Additionally, we have the female eyewitness who allegedly spotted a man smoking in the alleyway at 9:30 p.m., and Cheri Jo Bates' body not being viewed, but at 10:30 12:30 murder leaves us back where we started. 4 long hours to explain, and seemingly contradictory to the body temp and stomach analysis described above. I mean, it's curious that the body temp and stomach contents like that could be off by that much. I mean, obviously we can add a couple dozen minutes here and there, but how could is it going to be that off? Huh. Also, the letter said she didn't put up a struggle. She clearly did. So that pokes a hole in the letter as well. Now, other police documents, so ZodiacKiller.com/Bates has this in the file that she was killed between 9:23 p.m. and 12:23 a.m. October 31st. So this is putting her murder way later. Up to after midnight. That's really, really weird. I mean, that one witness who said that there was nobody in the alley, there was no body there. I mean, could they have been mistaken? I mean, I don't know. Huh. Also, on ZodiacKiller.com, they're stating that a military-style heel print was also found at the scene, indicating an 8 to 10 shoe size. And it's stating here that the origin of the watch was traced to a military post, possibly in England. The shoes could have been sold at nearby March Air Force Base. Also, the autopsy, from here, they're stating that Bates died very quickly, so she was not alive long after the attack. Now, I mean, that's all very curious as well, but I mean, how much could those temperatures have been off, though? That doesn't... And trying to match everything up with the witnesses, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Okay, the final mind shock with Miss Bates here is that in November 1970, so this is approximately 4 years after her death, she was definitively determined to be a Zodiac victim. Obviously, they walked this back. But in November 1970, this is what was announced. And of course, that is highly disputed now. But it's curious as to what made them make that definitive. So, according to ZodiacKiller.com, Zodiac was first considered a suspect in the Bates murder in October '69, when the Riverside Police Department noted similarities between the Bates case and the Napa County Zodiac killing of September 27, 1969. By November 1970, the news media had gotten wind of the possible Zodiac-Bates connection, and both the San Francisco Chronicle and LA Times published lengthy stories. Zodiac detectives from the San Francisco Bay Area met with investigators handling the Bates case, and the conclusion was made that the Zodiac was Bates's killer. Eventually, the Zodiac sent a letter to the LA Times postmarked March 13, 1971, accepting responsibility for the Bates crime. As in the subsequent Zodiac attacks, the Bates case saw police taunting letters written to the newspapers. A confession letter was mailed anonymously from Riverside, November 29, 1966, to both Riverside Police Department and the Press Enterprise newspaper, and included details of the murder that had never been revealed by police. In December '66, a desk with a morbid poem scratched in the surface was discovered in the college library. The writing was eventually attributed to the Zodiac killer. It would be curious if the janitor was the one who discovered that as well, because then he'd be discovering the body, and did he know those 4 workmen? Additionally, 3 other letters sent anonymously from Riverside on April 30th, '67 to the above recipients, as well as to the victim's father, Joseph, had been attributed to the Zodiac. So the conclusion here is that the original investigation concluded the Zodiac was the murderer of Cheri Jo Bates. And let's go to Reddit for some more opinions from independent researchers here. Who believes the Zodiac killed Bates? Who doesn't? What are the arguments? Sandy posted this. On Zodiac Killer subreddit, I don't believe she's a Z victim. Bates's murder motive is sexual repression rage attack, if we are to believe the letter. The killer would be younger than Z. It's directed against women, while Z has a completely different motive and no interest in a particular victim. no matter how Graysmith wants us to think otherwise. Zodiac doesn't like getting too involved with his victims. This attack involved a lot of manipulation and involvement. The style of writing is very different. Unless he has multiple personalities, it's not a match. Wow. That's actually a curiosity, because if he does have multiple personalities, wow, that would explain a few things. Or if it's more than one guy, or if he was a criminal who had killed before, and then something happens when he wants, like, massive attention, and he just ups the ante. So some of the earlier, again, he's a human being, right? I mean, depending on how someone he's a monster. Some people wouldn't define him as human. But in terms of a person who goes through various changes in life, when he was younger, he may have had personal victims, right? If he's a psycho killer, somebody offends him or somebody wrongs him in some way, or at least in his own mind, even if it didn't happen for real, it could be personal. And then later on, now he's just after random kills later in life, so they're random kills. So, yeah, I wouldn't fall into the trap of saying that a particular killer has to 100% kill in every single way. Where that makes more sense are later, when he's in the middle of, like, a string of killings that all have the same MO. That makes more sense there. But killings years earlier, such as these that are possible victims of his, it's possible he was in a different state of mind years prior. Another poster here, rockin' good news. I don't think there's any compelling evidence suggesting Zodiac was responsible for Bates. The reasons people link the case are: 1, both killers wrote letters claiming credit for the crimes. The letters in the two cases share the use of some uncommon words and misspell the word twitch in the same way. 2, the Bates killer disabled her car. A possible Zodiac attack, Kathleen Johns, allegedly involved disabling the victim's car, albeit in a completely different manner. 3, Zodiac accepted credit for the Bates murder after the media linked the cases. And I'm going to interject here. Of course, it's possible the Zodiac is not... The person writing the letters could be a single individual who is not the Zodiac, who possibly has ties to law enforcement, which is why he has details nobody else has. Or it is the Zodiac who wrote the later letters, and then he took credit for it by having information nobody else had, if he has a law enforcement connection. What are the dissimilarities in the cases? 1, the Bates attack involved a lone female. Zodiac's attacks involved mixed couples and a lone man. Although if a lone female would balance out a lone man, would it not? 2, the Zodiac attacks were conducted in the Bay Area, primarily the North Bay. Bates was killed 500 miles away in Riverside. 3, the Bates murder was a frenzied attack with a small pocket-style knife, overkill, and a coup de grace. Zodiac's attacks were, with one exception, done with a handgun. The one attack in which Zodiac used a knife, it was a long bayonet-style knife. He was careful to bind the victims before stabbing them in the back. He did not conduct a coup de grace. One of the 2 victims survived. 4, while there are some superficial similarities in the letters, the Bates letters claim a personal motive based on sexual rejection, eroticize the killing, and describe it in sensual detail. The Zodiac letters, by contrast, reveal no personal motives for the attacks, and instead give an occult reason: collection of slaves for the afterlife. Zodiac describes his attacks in detached mechanical terms. He expresses no sexual motive or any sexuality whatsoever, although, counterpoint here, a much younger Zodiac, before he did research into slaves for the afterlife, might have still killed people, and then he read a bunch of literature and decided it would be fun to work in the occult angle. So again, if somebody's a psycho killer, it's possible that they were a different type of psycho killer earlier in life before they fully developed their personality or whatever they wanted to, their seeking fame and fortune type manners. Reasons to doubt Bates was a Zodiac crime. 1, as outlined above, the dissimilarities overwhelm the supposed similarities. The crimes were different in terms of MO and victimology. While rare, there have been many other cases in which killers communicate with the media police after the act. The similar misspelling of Twitch as Twitch without the T, without the second T, is common. I don't know how common, though. 2, the Riverside Police Department believes they know who killed Bates, and their suspect could not have committed the Zodiac crimes, although their suspect also doesn't match DNA. 3, Zodiac's claim of responsibility cannot be trusted. He is known to have taken credit for other crimes he did not commit. Example, the Snoozy Furlong murders. 4. Indeed, attribution of the Kathleen Johns attack to Zodiac is itself suspect, notwithstanding that Zodiac claimed credit. The only evidence linking him to that crime is Johns' claim that the perpetrator looked like the Presidio Heights sketch of Zodiac. The crime is otherwise completely dissimilar from the other Zodiac crimes in terms of MO and victimology. It occurred hours away from the Zodiac crimes. There are also good reasons to think the Johns attack didn't actually happen at all. And we'll be getting into that as well. In any case, Zodiac only claimed credit after the attack was linked to him in the media, and he did not provide any details other than those already published in news reports. Put it all together, and I lean towards Zodiac not having killed Bates. I wouldn't bet my life on it. If some new evidence were to emerge, I wouldn't be shocked to learn the cases were linked. But based on what we know, I'm not convinced. And that's relatively reasonable there. You know what else is kind of curious? So the Bates' letters were typed, but the poem handwriting on the desk in the library was, of course, written by hand. Is it possible that that was Zodiac who wrote it, but who was not responsible for the Bates murder or the typewritten letters? He just happened to be in that library, and that's one of his morbid poems from his earlier years. That'd be curious. So there's also an interesting comment here comparing the letters by Wolf4968. Linguistically, how are the letters similar? In tone, sentence structure, rhythm, vocabulary choices, where are they similar? Adult writers do not drastically change their literary patterns, especially over a short interval between the Bates letter and the Zodiac letters. Handwriting, although, again, depending on the age there, if he was already established adult, whatever, or of course if he does have that split personality. Handwriting is irrelevant since we have a typed letter. How adults speak and write in their personal correspondence in pattern and preference is fixed, and that's where similarities and differences will be most obvious and detectable. Anecdotally, I teach composition classes to high school seniors and professional adults. Once I've seen 2 of your assignment submissions, I'll have very little trouble picking you out of a crowd of future submissions unless you go to extreme length to disguise your writing patterns, which, again, who knows, a Zodiac might. Even then, there will be tells. I read the Bates letter. I get nothing, nada, that makes me think I'm reading the same writer as the Zodiac letters, except for subject matter, but then again, Raymond Chandler wrote about murder too, and I know that it wasn't him writing the Bates letter. Although, counterpoint here, going back to the theory, if there's more than one Zodiac killer, or if there are 2 friends, one of them does all the killing, one of them writes the letters, and that's why they know so much. In which case, this could have possibly been the friend writing this particular one, but they're still in cahoots, and if they're both the Zodiac killer, so to speak, or accessory, whatever, this could be them involved in this crime as well. I know this individual wasn't considering that possibility, but this is MINDSHOCK, so I had to throw that in there. Continuing on here from Wolf4968, the composition teacher. The letter is all about targeting. The first 122 words are all about zeroing in on particular targets. The next 233 words are all graphic descriptions of the crime and the reasons for hitting that target. The final 67 words are braggadocio and scare tactic. That portion, I'll grant, might contain some seeds of what we get later in Zodiac. Do this or else. Publish this letter. I made that call. So maybe there in the sign-off is the first appearance of the Bay Area personality that emerges in 1969. Maybe the first 355 words of the Bates letter are so personal and graphic because Bates was a known commodity to him and not some random couple on a country road, and after he got Bates out of his system, but not the lust or blood or infamy, he went another route. And that's a very fair point, very astute observation, because that's a very real possibility. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Good for the sleuth who figures this all out and discovers that Bates was a Zodiac killer. I remain intrigued, and I'm relieved we're discussing, not name-calling. Thanks for that. Okay. Here's an interesting response, though, by I Keep Forgetting. Interesting. My niece and her husband were doing a course together. My niece was a much better writer and able to consolidate thoughts. Her husband was very charming. My niece did all their written coursework. The teacher always gave her husband higher marks for the essays. Huh. This was the response to this composition teacher. Curious. So their written coursework was done together, but the husband got higher marks because the husband was charming. That's weird. Okay. A response here. I'm doubtful Zodiac committed the murder. He could be behind the Bates had to die letters, and quite likely was. Opposed by morbid imagination. I think there's some compelling reasons to think she was a Zodiac victim, but unless there's some DNA to use, I doubt we'll prove it either way. And there's DNA, but obviously there's been nothing conclusive done with it. Very curious post here by Mio Nemo. The magic Zodiac number 3. Bates had to die letters. Barely said anything, and the only signature was an odd Z, and that the Zodiac-like text impressions hidden on the paper. The desktop poem is what was linked to Z by a handwriting expert, Sherwood M. Many say female. Makes me wonder about the man-woman team angle. Something about this attack seems very juvenile. The bit about two people seen with flashlights always interests me. What was he looking for? The broken knife. Okay, curious here. Huh. So if Zodiac was a male-female team, how does that impact everything? Because again, as I've been postulating this entire podcast, if Zodiac did not act alone, either having a friend, acquaintance, accomplice of some kind that knew the information of the killings, even if they weren't present at the killings, but maybe they were present at the killings, maybe they were a lookout or whatever, although, again, because he was spotted by these witnesses, he didn't finish some of them off, is it more likely that his accomplice, if he had one, wasn't actually present at the killings or wasn't in the immediate vicinity? Either way, they talked after and they knew all the details, so they could send those letters. Curious. The response here, I don't think you could even take a bet on whether or not two people would be seen with flashlights looking around the spot someone's already been murdered. No way them two had something to do with it. I always thought the boot print was from a woman. A man and woman, the only two missing from the reenactment. I thought it might have been Chester and his girlfriend and or Lauren, but Chester was black and that threw everything I had out the window, unless Terry Phelps was the brains and she had some other guy help her out. If Cheri went missing for hours, I'd say she could have went away with a strange girl over guy any day, especially in daylight. I'd bet just because of how people thought that they saw two guys with a flashlight, because why would a guy and a girl be out that late up to mischief? I dunno. So I don't actually remember going through the flashlight information, so let's do that. Let's do that now. HeatherMonroe.medium.com actually had a write-up on the unsolved murder of Cheri Jo Bates, and she mentioned this here. Wait, what? Actually, there's a lot here. I'm going to have to read this entire article here because there's information here that has not been gone over on any of the sources we went over. I mean, this is very, very troubling. So this is Heather Monroe. She wrote this February 1st, 2020. The unsolved murder of Cheri Jo Bates, brutally killed in a dark alley on her college campus in 1966, claimed by an infamous serial killer who remains unidentified. In the 1960s, the city of Riverside, California, was a peaceful community full of families who enjoyed relatively crime-free lives. Unlike Los Angeles, 60 miles west, Riverside was a safe place to raise children. Their illusions of relative safety crumbled Halloween morning 1966 when a pretty wholesome co-ed was found brutally slain on her college campus. Cheri Josephine Bates was a freshman at Riverside Community College that fall. She was born in Omaha, Nebraska, February 4th, 1948, to Joseph C. Bates and Irene Karolowitz. When Cheri Jo was very young, the family moved her and her brother Michael to Riverside, where she spent her girlhood. Cheri Jo graduated from Ramona High School summer of 1966. She was a varsity cheerleader, homecoming princess, and active in many extracurricular activities. Students and friends describe Cheri Jo as an outgoing girl who was popular but not cliquish. She had no enemies that anyone knew about, and was the apple of her father's eye. Cheri Jo, the quintessential girl next door, had recently become engaged to Dennis Highland, her boyfriend of 2 years. Cheri Jo was a part-time employee at Riverside National Bank. She saved up her earnings and bought a lime green 1960 Volkswagen Beetle. Michael was in the Navy that year, and her mom lived out of the home. So Cheri Jo lived alone with her father at 4165 Via San Jose. On October 30th, 1966, Cheri Jo and her father went to a morning mass at St. Catherine of Alexandria Church. Next, they had breakfast at Sandy's restaurant around 10 a.m., and Joseph and Cheri Jo parted company. Joseph was going to the beach that day, and Cheri Jo stayed back to do some studying. That afternoon, Cheri Jo called her friend and asked if she would accompany her to the Riverside City College library. She declined twice before Cheri Jo decided to go alone. She left her home shortly after 5, wrote a note for her dad that read, "Dad, went to RCC library." Gone. Joseph wasn't too concerned by the note since he knew she was staying home to study. The library closed at 9 p.m. and Cheri Jo never returned. Joseph looked out the window for most of the night, hoping he'd see Cheri Jo trotting up the driveway. Instead, Joseph reported her missing at 5:30 a.m. on Monday, October 31st. Less than half hour later, on that Halloween morning, groundskeeper Cleophas Martin found Cheri Jo's body in a secluded campus alleyway between 2 vacant houses. She was face down in the dirt and covered in blood. It's actually kind of gruesome because even though it's not like a close-up shot, the newspaper at the time, the Press Enterprise, October 31st, 1966, actually ran a photograph with her body in the photograph. Quite gruesome. Investigation witnesses saw Cheri Jo enter the library around 6 p.m. A young man who knew Cheri Jo noticed her at a desk writing in a blue spiral notebook with a ballpoint and pen. Contrastly, Detective David Bonine interviewed a friend of Cheri Jo's who reported seeing her driving toward the college 10 minutes later. Either way, she parked on Terracina Drive in front of the library building, and I already addressed that inconsistency. Officer Don Walters was the first law enforcement official to arrive at the scene. He quickly examined Cheri Jo's body and immediately called headquarters to report a homicide. Riverside Chief of Police Lambert Curley Kinkhead and Captain Irvin Cross led the investigation. They called Detective Sergeant Gren, who put up 6 additional detectives on the case after Cross advised, "You will drop everything else you are engaged in and work full-time on this case." Officers secured the area and attempted to conceal the grisly scene from the view of small children walking to a nearby elementary school. Not far from Cheri Jo's body, detectives found a broken Timex watch. The watch had flecks of house paint and fit a 7-inch wrist, which is on the smaller side of average as far as wrists go. So if it was a female-male team, either this was a smaller male or possibly a female. Cheri, in a fight for her life, ripped it from the killer's wrist. Detectives located a boot print in the alleyway. They learned the size 8 to 10 men's boots were military issue. So here's the thing, though. A lot of people, I want to say this here because there's a lot of cases like this where, I mean, obviously females don't normally wear men's boots, but if we're talking vagrants, homeless people, some kind of criminals of whatever sort, if that's all available, if that's whatever they have available, or if there was some kind of rush and they just pulled on boots that might not have been theirs, again, there's no law of the universe that states that females cannot wear men's boots. And for whatever reason, a lot of so-called true crime aficionados, they always cling to gospel as if the boot size, or if these were men's boots, it must have been a man wearing them. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Along with slender wrists, Cheri Jo's assailant had somewhat small feet comparatively. Even so, the depth of the boot suggests the killer was heavy-set. And again, I'm not sure how they can definitively prove that, because if it was only one boot, and that boot print was from an impression where there was a lot of force, so if it was in the middle of a struggle, and whatever the struggle was, if part of Cheri Jo's weight was on the assailant in the middle of their struggle, and the assailant was on one leg, really digging into the street to make that boot print. If there's only one boot print, how do they know if there's no other boot prints to compare to? So, yeah, again, taking that on face value is problematic because the conditions under which that boot print was made are unknown. The killer sabotaged Cheri Jo's car by ripping out the middle distributor coil. When she tried to start it, he likely offered help. The driver's side door remained open and the window rolled halfway down. Books Cheri Jo checked out of the library sat neatly on the passenger seat. The keys were in the ignition. Greasy foreign finger and palm prints were covered the door and window. Officers put in over 133 man-hours, interrogated 75 individuals by November 1st. Still, they came up empty-handed. That's a decent response in one day. Dr. Renee Modglin conducted Cheri Jo's autopsy at 9 a.m. on the morning of the discovery. She suffered 42 stab wounds to her face, breast, back, and her throat was slashed. Another point I'm going to jump in here. Men are more likely to be serial killers, but female killers are often more vicious than male killers. So for those that have studied the differences between male and female killers can be more vicious and inflict many more wounds than a male serial killer would. And again, every case is different. Every killer is different. So that's not hasty generalization, logical fallacy there. I'm just bringing that general information just to keep it in mind, not to assert any particular argument in this particular case because we don't know. The fatal slash severed her jugular vein. Aside from these injuries, the perpetrator also kicked her in the head. And as I've stated before, if there was more than one perpetrator, would it be more likely that there would be kicking to the head as well as stabbing? Autopsy placed Cheri Jo's time of death between 9 p.m. and midnight. 5'2", 110 pounds, Cheri Jo put up a brave fight. She had skin under her fingernails and hair clenched in her right fist. From that evidence, the doctor concluded her killer was a Caucasian male. And of course, we do need to review that evidence again. I'm assuming it had to have been. I mean, this is a relatively famous case, so if the initial DNA result was to a Caucasian male, I would assume that would have been verified at least once, twice, if not 3 more times, just to make sure that was 100% definitive. And if that was all verified multiple times, then yes, most likely, I mean, all those tests being wrong seems unlikely because this is if there's a lot of hair there, we're not talking about a very, very small sample. If it said hair, not one small hair. So if she had clumps of hair, that should be enough to really have a definitive DNA test to see if it really was a Caucasian male. And if, like I said, if that was all double checked, that means if there was only one assailant, Caucasian male, or there could have been more than one, in which case one of them would have been a Caucasian male. November 4th, 1966, Cheri Jo's funeral was held at Crestlawn Memorial Park. Her father collapsed in grief. November 20th, 1966, the Press Enterprise newspaper and the Homicide Unit of the Riverside Police received carbon copies of a disturbing letter. And just another quick note here, the reason that killers or whoever taunting the police usually send carbon copies instead of the original typed letter is because you can actually trace which typewritten letters came from. So, just another small fact there. The letter was a typed confession wrought with misspellings. It included information the police had not released. It appeared to be authored by the killer. 6 months after the confession letter, additional correspondence came to Cheri Jo's father that read, "She had to die. There will be more." The Press Enterprise and the police received a similar letter seen below. The author scribbled a tiny character or symbol at the bottom. Some believe this small symbol is the letter Z. Yeah, it's not a conventional Z. There's an extra curl there, so what that means, who knows. December 19th, 1966, RCC library employees stumbled across a ghoulish poem carved into a study desk. The author was no Longfellow, but was he the killer? And we already went over that before. Suspects. After the discovery of the desktop poem, Cheri Jo's case went silent. No further clues came for 4 years. The investigating team believed they identified the killer but couldn't convict him based on the evidence in their possession. Riverside police never gave the suspect's actual name, just the alias, Bob Barnett. And what an alias that is. An anonymous source explained the reason suspicious fell on Bob Barnett to author Tom Voigt, who posted it on his website. Police believed Cheri Jo had a relationship with Bob. During the weeks before the murder, she became engaged and had to break the news to Bob. Bob was livid. Sure, and it would be curious if they matched Bob's handwriting to the desk. Shortly before her death, Cheri and Bob reportedly had a very public, heated argument during which Bob slapped Cheri. The evening of her death, Bob was playing basketball with friends. Cheri Joe called out to him, and Bob left the game saying, "That expletive is going to the library." Wait, Cheri Joe called out to him? What? So she encountered him that evening? What is that? We'll be going into ZodiacKiller.com. They actually have more information on the case against Bob Barnett. I'll go into that in a moment, but let's finish up here. After Cheri Joe's murder, before her body was discovered, witnesses recall two men in the vicinity of the crime searching the ground with flashlights. Since police suspected Bob, they assumed one of the men with the flashlight was him and the other was his best friend. Bob's best friend agreed to take a polygraph and failed. Bob took one, but also clammed up when the examiner put the screws to him. The examiner threw him out. Okay, wow. This is becoming more and more of an unusual case as we go along here. Because the examiner performing the polygraph threw him out of the room because he was refusing to answer questions? Huh. There was not enough evidence to make charges stick, and then, of course, his friend failed the test. But the police weren't going to give up on Bob Barnett. In the early 1990s, Bob's friend came forward and admitted that he ran into Bob at 2:30 a.m. on the day of the murder at a restaurant called The Green Turtle. Bob asked him for a ride to the library to look for some lost item. Wow, this is some smoking gun stuff now. This is getting crazy. How is this not mentioned on any of the other websites? A second friend told police that Bob was sobbing that morning and stated that he, quote, snuffed Cheri, end quote. Both of these men passed polygraph tests, but no one could test Bob because he left the country. Okay, wow. So Bob had left the country by the 90s. So this is the 90s. So this is 30 years later, approximately. 20 to 30 years later. The friend who failed the polygraph now randomly has admitted this. He came forward. It says he came forward. So what does that mean? He reached out to police or whoever? Wow. And then a second friend admitted that Bob was sobbing that morning and stated that he snuffed Cheri, and then they both passed their polygraph tests. So the first friend failed his in the 60s, in 66, but now he's passing it in the early 90s, and his friend is also passing it, the second friend. Okay, December 98, investigators learned that Bob was returning for Christmas. They quickly obtained a warrant for Bob's DNA. Bob wasn't surprised and didn't resist. So did someone tip him off? Because they thought he was a suspect in the 60s. 30 years go by, and now they randomly show up for DNA, and he's not surprised in the least? I mean, I don't know. What does that mean? They compared DNA from the crime scene evidence directly to Bob's skin, hair, saliva, and blood samples. Okay, so this seems like a really good DNA test, because they compared the hair sample to the hair sample. I mean, that's good. And then the skin, the blood, whatever, they're all completed independently and matched up against each other. The results were conclusive. Bob Barnett was conclusively not the man who killed Cheri Joe. And I actually have a problem with this determination, because if there were two killers and Cheri Joe was grabbing the second one and he was the one that stabbed her, I mean, what does that mean? So again, I think there's a lot of true crime cases out there out of the unsolved where there possibly could be more than one killer, which is causing a problem because the second killer is not the DNA that they have. They only have DNA from one. Investigators suspected the killer. And how did that second friend pass the polygraph? So did Bob... Okay. Wow. I mean, the plot's going to thicken here, because how do we explain that? Is it possible that Bob knew that somebody else was going to kill her or wanted someone else to kill her? And Bob and another individual, but maybe Bob let's say there were three individuals involved. Let's say Bob employed these four workmen or whatever to snatch her. However, I mean, who knows? Was Bob? It doesn't state here what Bob's financial status was. Did he have enough money to, or did he have known associates who were vagrants or that he thought might commit this deed? Maybe the original plan was to beat her up and not to kill her, and then she just fought back so hard they killed her. If he was present and he was the mastermind behind the plot, that could theoretically cause him to say that he snuffed her, even if he wasn't direct, even if he didn't physically put the knife into her. Because if he was responsible in some way, he could have said that. That would account for the second friend passing the polygraph, would it not? And then why did the first friend fail the original polygraph but then pass the second? I mean, come on. This is wacko stuff. Okay, continuing on here from the Heather Monroe write-up. Investigators suspected the killer was local since he appeared to know which dimly lit alleyway he could use to get away with murdering her. The assailant also knew that the two houses on either side of the alley were vacant, unless, of course, he was like a real psycho and he didn't care if they were vacant or not. I'm not saying that's more likely, just pointing out that's a theoretical possibility that there are mentally deranged individuals out there that might kill without really caring who or what is around him. And or they thought they didn't know it was vacant, but they could see that there was nobody there at that moment. And so they felt safe doing it, whatever the case may be. And Cheri Jo was a smart girl with a fiance. She wouldn't walk into the darkness with some strange man. For those reasons, detectives surmised the killer was someone she knew. Another point here, too, the witness that said she saw the young man smoking in the shadows or whatever, lurking in the shadows, I'm assuming she must have been shown a photo of Bob Barnett so that she could say whether it was him or not, and his friend. I wonder if that was done. Library staff at RCC certainly had their suspect. Ross Sullivan worked at the Riverside City College Library at the time Cheri Jo died. He was an imposing figure, 6'3", 300 pounds. Employees noticed that Ross always wore the same clothes, fatigues, and wing walker shoes. Ross lived at the YMCA part-time and mentioned how he needed to keep writing to prevent himself from harming anyone. He bragged about being an inmate at Patton State Hospital in the nearby town of San Bernardino. Ross enjoyed taking English courses as well as cryptography classes, though he was a notoriously bad speller. None of the library employees wanted to be alone with Ross. Aside from being a creepy person, he had terrible hygiene. Wait, how does this institutionalized individual... He was an inmate at Patton State Hospital? So how does this institutional individual work at a college library? Huh. After Cheri Jo died, Ross stayed away for 6 days. When he returned, he looked like a new man. He finally changed into fresh clothing and tidied up. Ross relocated just after Joseph Bates, the press enterprise, and the police received the final taunting letters from the killer. He moved to Northern California. Well, that's a lot of coincidences, because if you want to write off one of them, like, for example, if he didn't stay away for 6 days and he simply moved after the letters, I mean, that's theoretically possible. Now we have two. Right after her murder, he disappears 6 days, comes back completely different, and then as soon as the last letters are received, he moves permanently. I mean, I don't know. What are we going to make of that? That's weird. That's definitely weird. In 1968, Ross was arrested in Santa Cruz, California for indecent exposure. It was learned that he was mentally ill and physically unwell. He passed away in 1977 due to heart failure caused by extreme obesity at the age of 36. If he's that obese, too, I mean, What's the size of his wrist, though? Unless we're going to say that watch... I suppose it's theoretically possible that the watch was there from somebody else, but then why were there people looking for it? If the ripped-off watch was there and it had nothing to do with Bates's murder, I mean, is that a possibility? This guy, he's going to have such a small wrist. I mean, I don't know. He's 6'3", and he would wear only an 8 to 10 shoe. I mean, I guess there are some people who can meet those parameters. I don't know. I'm assuming this was all considered. Was his DNA tested? It doesn't say here. Library staff shared their concerns with police, who swore Ross had an alibi. Police never shared that alibi publicly. They couldn't let go of their desire to convict Bob Barnett, especially an officer named Granville Douglas Kelly, better known as Bud. Bud Kelly was a patrolman. That's a very 60s name. Bud Kelly was a patrolman when Cheri Jo was murdered and even helped on the crime scene. In 66, Bud, who was 10 years Cheri Jo's senior, lived across the street from her high school and less than a mile from her home. After Bud advanced to a detective, he inherited her case. Bud insisted Bob Barnett murdered the girl and failed to compare Ross Sullivan's handprints to the ones on Cheri Jo's car. How is he the only one involved in the case, though? You would think there'd be multiple detectives involved. So he didn't even check. If he didn't check the fingerprints, there's no way, or the palm prints, there's no way he checked the blood. Bud had custody of the case for 15 years before he retired in 1990. During that time, he secretly took Cheri Jo's diary home. He claimed she mentioned Bob Barnett frequently. After Bud retired, he went on to start a law enforcement ministry and sat on the board for a Christian school. In 2013, 74-year-old Granville Bud Kelly was arrested and convicted of molesting two 7-year-old girls. He was 74 years old at the time of his arrest. He was convicted and sentenced to 24 years in prison. Bud didn't become a sexual predator the first time he got caught. No one knows how many girls and women Bud left in his wake. To be clear, child molesting and murder are two different crimes, but surely the man needs to be considered. That is curious, though, because if he was involved in her death, and he's the detective on the case, he can make sure it doesn't get solved. Partly due to Bud Kelly's efforts, Bob Barnett was the prime suspect as far as Riverside was concerned. Bud and the rest of Riverside Police Department clung to their suspects so tightly, they refused to entertain any other suspects, even when presented with evidence that Cheri Jo's death might be part of an infamous string of murders. For this reason, Ross Sullivan has never been ruled out or in. I mean, come on, don't they have his DNA, though? And, I mean, he's been arrested before. He's an inmate at a mental hospital. They must have his DNA. Why would they not have run his DNA? Zodiac Paul Avery was a writer for the San Francisco Chronicle while the Zodiac Killer was active during the 60s. In November of 1970, he received an anonymous tip addressing similarities between those crimes and the murder of Cheri Jo Bates. Paul agreed the crimes were similar. As with Cheri Jo's killer, Zodiac wrote letters to the police in various newspapers. Zodiac killed college-aged people, usually couples, in secluded areas. The confession letter states, "She squirmed and shook as I choked her," spelled CHOAKED, and her lips twitched, TWICHED. The author of a Zodiac letter from January 26, 1970 wrote, "Some I shall tie over anthills and watch them scream and twitch," TWICH, and squirm. Both writers have the unorthodox habit of beginning their sentences with conjunctions such as but and or. Zodiac and Cheri Jo's killer also used double postage. Both letters reference their murder as the game. I mean, that's interesting, huh? In both cases, the killer warned that there would be more victims. Paul Avery was so convinced that Cheri Jo's killer and the Zodiac killer was the same person, he hand-delivered all of the Bates letters, including the desktop poem, to handwriting expert Sherwood Morrow. Sherwood worked in the Question Documents Department of the Bureau of Criminal Identification and Investigation and possessed intimate knowledge of the Zodiac letters. In his expert opinion, all of the Bates letters, the desktop poem, and the Zodiac letters were unquestionably authored by the same individual. If Cheri Jo was a very early Zodiac victim, he likely made mistakes during this crime. Solve Cheri Jo's murder, solve the Zodiac crimes. March 13th, 1970, Zodiac sent a letter to the LA Times, seemingly to take responsibility for Cheri Jo's death. I do have to give them credit for stumbling across my Riverside activity, but they are only finding the easy ones. There are a hell of a lot more down there. The History Channel recently produced a documentary, The Hunt for the Zodiac Killer, making a solid case against Ross Sullivan as the murderer of Cheri Jo Bates and also as Zodiac. Steve Shumway, the current detective tasked with Cheri Jo's matter, related this statement to Zodiac aficionado Tom Voigt. There are two things for sure you can share with your many readers. There was a murderer who called himself the Zodiac, and there was the murderer who killed Cheri. They are two different people. It's weird, though, because this is the detective for the Cheri Jo case, and how much does he really know about Zodiac if he's specifically focused on only that case? You would need an objective third-party investigation to truly examine all this. It remains unknown if Cheri Jo's killer is also the Zodiac. Perhaps DNA testing will someday answer this question. We wait. Aftermath. Immediately after Cheri Jo's death, the school cleared the alleyway of brush and debris. They also installed lights to make the area safer for students and staff and less of a draw for perpetrators. You know what else is interesting? The 4 workmen are not mentioned in this article by Heather Monroe, and yet the stuff she mentioned is not mentioned in the other articles. It's weird. So there doesn't seem to be a definitive overview, but now I guess the MINDSHOCK podcast will have to fill that gap. Countless Zodiac enthusiasts still discuss the Cheri Jo Bates murder at length. Was she or wasn't she the first Zodiac victim is often the topic at hand. If she was, this is a very early Zodiac crime. It would be the crime he most likely would have fumbled. Of all of the Zodiac murders, this would be the most solvable, especially with the DNA evidence. If Cheri Jo was a victim of Zodiac, cracking her case would solve many more. For reasons known to the family, her body was exhumed from Crestlawn Cemetery and cremated in 1982. Her ashes scattered at sea. So I'm assuming from that phrases the family has not stated why they exhumed her in 1982. Joseph Bates created a Cheri Jo Bates Memorial endowed scholarship for music students to honor his little girl's life and love of the piano. Sadly, this is not why Cheri Jo is best known. Cheri Jo's father, Joseph, mother, Irene, have both passed away without learning who killed Cheri Jo. With advancements in forensic technology such as genetic genealogy, her living family members and many friends may someday know the truth, and Cheri Jo's death will not have been in vain. And the people with flashlights, that's the initial reason I read that article. That's curious. So we have a witness who said that there was no body. We have another witness who said that there were people with flashlights there, but somehow didn't notice that there was no body. I mean, there's a lot of problems here. There's so many inconsistencies with this case. I mean, it's a baffling case. Let's go to ZodiacKiller.com for the case against Bob Barnett. This information concerning the prime suspect in the Cheri Jo Bates murder was revealed to me in confidence. September 10th, 1999. My source wished to remain anonymous. So, possibly somebody within the police department. Cheri Jo Bates was murdered the night of October 30th, 1966, multiple stab wounds. The attack occurred on campus of RCC. Bob Barnett, not his real name, was routinely considered a suspect because of his close relationship with Cheri. Initially cleared of suspicion, Barnett became a prime suspect about 1968 when the Riverside Police Department heard testimony of an informant who claimed Barnett had bragged about being responsible for the killing. This informant was in jail when he came forward with incriminating information about Barnett, but he passed a polygraph test. His story has remained consistent. So, another point here. Is it possible that Barnett did brag about something he didn't do, because that's the kind of person he is, just theoretical? So the people that overheard him, if they believed him, they would pass the polygraph. And of course, we're not going to go down the rabbit hole of polygraphs not being that reliable. But like Cheri, Barnett was a student at RCC during fall 1966. In fact, he and Cheri dated in the weeks before her death. Barnett also attended school with Cheri prior to RCC. Wow, okay, so they were both in the same high school as well. Interesting. I mean, it doesn't say specifically high school. It says attended school with. I'm assuming that means high school. Barnett was mentioned several times in Cheri's diary. The diary is still in police custody. The relationship between Barnett and Cheri soured after Cheri returned from San Francisco, where she had visited her steady boyfriend. Cheri informed Barnett that she had accepted this boyfriend's wedding proposal and that she and Barnett could no longer date. This conversation with Barnett occurred less than a week before her murder. So several days prior, she breaks up with this guy. And wow, I mean, this is a relatively damning case, I guess, against him. The problem is, of course, the DNA. Barnett and Cheri engaged in a very public argument on the RCC campus just days before her murder. During the argument, Barnett allegedly slapped Cheri. A passerby heard Barnett say, "Have you changed your mind yet?" Wow, that's messed up. That's messed up. The evening Cheri was killed, Barnett was playing basketball with his buddies. Cheri called him for reasons unknown, and Barnett immediately left the game saying, quote, "That expletive is going to the library," end quote. She called him for reasons unknown. See, it doesn't... Did she call out to him physically at the game? Or was he at a game, she called on the phone, this before cell phone, so he had to go answer physically the phone and then left the game? I mean, this isn't a clear... It's still not clear to me exactly how... It says called him, not called out to him. I mean, I don't know. But he immediately left the game. It also doesn't say where the game was. If it's an outdoor game on a public court somewhere at a park, how does she call him? She had to have physically been there. Huh. I mean, that's... I would want more information on that. I can't really find any more information other than that. 9:30, night of the murder, a female student passed a man standing in the alley where Cheri would be attacked just minutes later. Although they didn't know each other, the female student and the unknown male said hi to each other. The stranger was standing in the shadows. It was later determined that from his vantage point, he could have easily watched Cheri's Volkswagen Bug while she was at the library. Several years later, RPD showed the female student a photo lineup which contained Barnett's picture. Although she could not identify anyone in the lineup, she initially had described clothing on the unknown male that matched what Barnett was wearing the night of the murder. Huh. That's interesting. So she said she couldn't tell his face, so they were close enough to each other that they said hi, but she couldn't make out his face, but she could make out his clothes. Now, in the 60s, obviously, there was less variation in clothing. It doesn't state what it was. Jeans, whatever, shirt. But obviously, today, it'd be, I mean, the amount of different types of clothing you wear today versus 1966. I mean, yeah, in 1966, a lot of people were very similarly dressed, but this is curious. And it also doesn't state whether he was wearing something that really could be differentiated from others. Or was it plain? Was it a color? I mean, it would also be curious. So, and this was years later, which is not good. I mean, this is years later. This should have been done, within days. It says several years later. There's no date here. RPD showed this student a photo lineup with Barnett's picture. And it says she could not identify anyone in the lineup, but she said that the unknown male... So they didn't tell her, obviously they couldn't tell her this is Bob Barnett, was it him? So they just included him in the lineup. And I guess they included him with what he was wearing, and she said that's what he was wearing? I mean, again, unclear. At about 1:30 a.m., on October 31st, only hours after Cheri was murdered, neighbors witnessed two men in the area of the crime scene with flashlights. It says neighbors. Is that plural? More than one neighbor? The men appeared to be searching for something. After about 15 minutes, they left. This info led police to believe Barnett had an accomplice. Barnett's best friend failed the polygraph test. Barnett later took a polygraph test on the advice of his lawyer. He cooperated at first, but when the tough questions were asked, he simply refused to answer. The polygraph examiner finally said, quote, "Get him the expletive out of here," end quote. Wow, that polygraph examiner was really pissed off at this guy. In spite of promising circumstances, the case against Bob Barnett was at an impasse. In the early 90s, Barnett's former best friend admitted that he had seen Barnett on the morning of the 31st. he had, quote, accidentally, end quote, run into Barnett. He had accidentally run into Barnett at about 2:30 a.m. at a restaurant called the Green Turtle. Barnett had asked him for a ride to RCC in order to look for something he had misplaced. So this is at 2:30 a.m. However, the witnesses said at 1:30 a.m. were the people with flashlights. Wow, this is quickly becoming a case where nothing adds up. I mean, it's so weird. It's just so weird. Like, literally none of the pieces fit. To police, Barnett's friend would not admit that he had any knowledge that a crime had occurred. He eventually took a polygraph test which indicated he was truthful, except regarding questions that might implicate himself in Cheri's murder. Huh. Another friend of Barnett's came forward and admitted that a sobbing Barnett had claimed early on the morning of the 31st that he had snuffed Cheri. This friend also passed a polygraph. Although Barnett had no military affiliation, his sister worked at Norton Air Force Base at the time of the Bates murder. That could explain the origin of the military shoe prints and Timex watch found at the scene. While the watch was determined to have been initially sold at a military installation, exactly which installation remains a mystery. Barnett's sister is not suspected of being an accomplice. The assumption is that she might have given the shoes and watch to Barnett as a gift. Barnett's family members did admit he had a watch similar to the one recovered at the crime scene, and that they never saw it again after Bates was killed. Uh-oh. Okay, now this might be the most damning piece of information yet. Huh. Why does the DNA not match? Is it possible he got into a fight with her? If all these witnesses saw him slap her before, then that's precedent. So he's not above hitting her. Is it possible they had some kind of fight at the or outside the library, and then he left, and then other people killed her? I mean, it'd have to be a really rough fight for the watch to come off. But then how would he... I mean, what's the likelihood that somebody else would have killed her after this fight? When Cheri's body was found, 2 to 3 strands of hair, okay, that's not a lot, but that's more than a tiny little piece, were recovered from a clot of blood and tissue in the palm of her hand. Wow, they have a lot. So they have the hair, the blood, and the tissue. I mean, that's really good. I mean, I talk about in a lot of cases that just the DNA evidence is not good. So to extrapolate from really an imperfect sample, you would not necessarily get an accurate result. Here, you have 3 independent pieces of DNA here. You have hair, blood, and then tissue, skin, whatever. And you can test those separately, see if they match, and then everything. You should be able to make a relatively accurate test here. At the time, technology would only show that the hair, blood, and tissue were that of a white male with sandy blonde hair. Barnett is a white male, and at the time had sandy blonde hair. Tissue was also recovered from under Cheri's fingernails, but was too decomposed to gather DNA from it by the time it was attempted in the early 90s. So if they still have it, they could still test it. In December 98, information was developed that Barnett was returning to the Riverside area for Christmas. RPD managed to get a warrant and met Barnett upon his arrival at Ontario Airport. RPD took skin, saliva, hair, and other samples from Barnett, which were sent for DNA analysis to the FBI laboratory in Quantico. So this is not a cheap test at their local station. Barnett was described as having displayed a passive, "what took you so long" type of attitude with detectives, sending their suspicions of his guilt soaring even higher. Update: the DNA results were a conclusive non-match. So a couple things here. So the clump that she grabbed in her hand doesn't necessarily belong to the same individual where there's DNA from under her fingernails, which was too decomposed. So as DNA technology improves, perhaps it could, if there was more than one killer, perhaps that could be proved. This is just really bizarre, though. I mean, I really don't know what to make. I mean, none of the pieces add up from the witness statements, the neighbors. It's like nothing adds up. her liver temperature in relation to time of death. I mean, the time of death, it just, nothing really adds up here. Another post from the Zodiac Killer subreddit here by Regis Phillies. The Zodiac didn't kill Bates. What many people overlook is the Bates murder. The following investigation and the confession letter were featured in the January 1969 issue of Inside Detective magazine. It is common belief among Z-sleuths that he was an avid reader of pulp crime mags and true crime stories. I think it is very likely Zodiac borrowed some stylistic elements of the Bates confession letter. Misspellings is one example. Depending on circulation dates, it's possible this magazine was on the newsstands before the Lake Herman Road attack. As others have mentioned, the Bates murder was an extremely personal overkill style attack. Bates either knew her attacker or they were stalking her for a period of time. This is, to me, part of what makes the Zodiac killing so intriguing. People who kill in violent, emotionally, or sexually charged fits of rage tend to carry that MO with them. There was no hint of personal or sexual motivation for any of the canonical Zodiac murders. They were purely for public relation, just like the letters, and confessing to heinous crimes he didn't commit. Zodiac was a serial killer LARPer, a Leopold and Loeb type who did it just because he could. Okay, that's a very interesting post here, because if there was if the January 1969 issue of Inside Detective did not feature this information, then it definitely would be more likely that Zodiac could be responsible here. But because it did, and Zodiac, it's a very real possibility Zodiac could have been a reader of this magazine. I mean, that really muddies the water. And then, of course, even if he was responsible, and he could have been responsible for the Bates murder as well, and also been a reader of Inside Detective magazine, so either way, that doesn't really prove anything one way or another, but it's curious. Another post here, the poem scrawled into the desk looks a lot like the Zodiac's handwriting. That's the only thing that makes me think Bates' killer could have been the Zodiac. If I'm not mistaken, other letters were sent to family members and law enforcement, but the handwriting in those is different. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's there's a lot of curious aspects here, and seemingly there's a lot of evidence in this case. I mean, would you really think a case where there's DNA evidence, there's witnesses, there's some kind of timeline, there's other neighbors reporting the screams, the flashlight evidence, there's a witness who walked past a guy lurking in the shadows. See, the thing that makes what would make this not solvable, if it was the ex, is it possible he could have had one or two female friends assist him in this that didn't like her? And that's why, and they made up these things. Because there's the other witness, was it 9:30, there was nothing in the alleyway? And then 1:30, there's flashlight. I mean, and yet no body. I mean, there's a lot of things that don't make sense here. Was the body initially moved and then returned? I mean, it's just, there's so many problems here. Just so many problems. So let's address, of course, the author of the 67 letters, Bates Had to Die, There Will Be More, who has been identified via DNA and is not the Zodiac. So I mentioned that earlier. Let's go back to that. Unresolved Mysteries has a write-up here by Will Manhunter, just 2 months ago. From the update published by Riverside Police Department's Cold Case Unit, October 31st, 1966, 545 hours, Joseph Bates called Riverside Police to report his daughter, Cheri Jo Bates, missing. She left a note saying she'd be at the RCC library. October 31st, 1966, 632 hours, a civilian reported that he had found a body in the alleyway of Terracina near Fairfax on the RCC College campus. Officers responded and determined the death to be a homicide. The female was identified as 18-year-old Cheri Jo Bates. In 1967, Riverside Police Department received a handwritten letter in the mail. The letter initially led investigators to believe the murder of Cheri Jo Bates may be associated with the murderer known as the Zodiac Killer. The letter and the interpretation of the signature on the letter generated much attention to the investigation and fueled many theories and much speculation regarding the case. In addition, sensitive information was released to the media, which added to the curiosity and conjecture. April 2016. Investigators received an anonymous letter postmarked from San Bernardino, California. This letter was typed and appeared to have been generated from a computer. The author of the anonymous letter admitted to writing the handwritten letters. The author apologized for sending the letters and said it was a sick joke. The author admitted that he was not the Zodiac killer or the killer of Cheri Jo Bates and was just looking for attention. In 2020, the Homicide Cold Case Unit and the FBI Los Angeles Investigative Genealogy Team submitted the stamp from the letter for additional DNA analysis, and subsequent interviews were conducted. The individual linked to the DNA evidence on the stamp admitted to writing the letter and sending it to Riverside Police Department. The author was a young teenager at the time and had a troubled youth. He said he wrote the letter seeking attention and was remorseful for his actions. Although, how do they know the same guy that put on the stamp was the guy that wrote the letter? Investigators confirmed the person was not involved in the murder of Cheri Jo Bates or involved in the murders associated with the Zodiac Killer. Additional information was developed regarding a separate set of letters sent to the Northern California police agencies. The author claimed to be the Zodiac Killer, but the author ultimately admitted to sending the letters to keep the investigation going. So there's, a lot of fake letters going around. So, interesting analysis here by Cypress Green. ZodiacCiphers.com says there were 3 handwritten letters. The letters were mailed with 2 4-cent Abraham Lincoln stamps, double postage to the following addresses on April 30th, 1967. One was sent to her father, Joseph Bates, at 4195 Via San Jose, Riverside, California. Second was sent to Riverside Press Enterprise, 3512 14th Street, Riverside, California. The third sent to Riverside Police. And then typed letters, addressed but unstamped, were sent to the Riverside Homicide Detail and Riverside Press Enterprise on November 29th, 1966. So this new news that the first 3 listed above but sent later letters were written by the newly matched DNA guy. But what about the typed letters? It's a good question there. Good question. The response here, we believe Riverside PD are saying it's just the 3 handwritten letters, one to her dad, one to press, one to Riverside PD, and not including the typed confession. The statement they made isn't too well worded, but that's the best guess so far. So this guy could have, if this guy's testimony is true and it's his DNA on the stamp, then those letters he admitted to, but the typed letters could still have theoretically come from the Zodiac. So, again, for those so-called debunkers who want to just sweep this under the rug because of this part of the case, it's curious. Also, more people are bringing up, did the person who wrote the handwritten letters, did he also confess to the typed letter? And it doesn't state that here. Very curious. And other people chime in, of course, that there are other letters claiming to be Zodiac that were never made public. So they were never released, so sent to the police or whoever in Northern California. If some of them are real, they could potentially hold more clues to solving this, and they have never been released, which is weird. A post here from Bluest Waters. This is not the least surprising to me, since I am convinced Ross Sullivan killed her, and Ross is not the Zodiac for many reasons, but the chief reason being he couldn't drive a car. Okay, so I found one more post here, also on Unresolved Mysteries, which appears to clarify the phone call Bates gave to the ex on the basketball game. And this was posted by From X, the X Ashes 3 years ago. Cheri Jo Bates goes through most of the same details. And here, on the night of Cheri's murder, she had supposedly called Bob. Bob had been playing basketball and had left after the phone call. He had called Cheri a nasty name as he left. I'll read the rest of the post here. Bob could have tampered with her car in order to prevent her from leaving. She would not have been suspicious of Bob popping up and offering assistance. She had called him after all, and if he said she's going to the library, she had told him where she was going as well. However, the hair samples clutched in Cheri's hand and the skin cells under her fingernails did not match Bob Barnett's DNA, and I think they they might be assuming here that there's no sources, so From the Ashes here is probably just speculating, because again, with the details, the under her fingernails supposedly was not tested. It was just the hair, blood, and skin clumped in her hand did not match Bob Barnett. So here is how Ross Sullivan fits in. Ross worked at the RCC library. Shortly after the murder of Cheri, he disappeared for roughly 2 weeks. Other sources say, I think, 6 days. Before returning wearing clothing different than his normal military boots and military jacket. So let me get this straight. This 6'3", 300-pound creepy mental institution inmate who happens to be working at the library happens to wear military-style clothing. There's a military boot print in next to her body, and Bob Barnett happens to have a sister who works at a military base and purchased the watch and or boots for Barnett. So we have two guys who are possibly wearing clothing and have direct links to military clothing that could have been in the area that night that both possibly had knowledge of where she was. I gotta say, I mean, this is definitely a mind shock type of case, but again, nothing really adds up here. So let me continue here. Co-workers described him as quiet and that they felt uneasy around him. He and Bob were also friends or acquaintances. Now, this is shocking. This is shocking. Okay, so Ross Sullivan, though, here's an interesting write-up on zodiackiller.fandom.com. I know I'm going all over the place, but this is curious. So Sullivan, he also kind of looks like the Zodiac with his hair and eyeglasses. But Sullivan was born in 1944, Syracuse, New York, to Harold and Harriet Sullivan. He later moved to Glendale, California, graduated from Glendale High School. In 1961, he attends Riverside City College, where he worked as a library assistant. Co-workers stated that Sullivan bragged about going to Patton State Mental Hospital. Sullivan died of a heart attack September 29, 1977, at the age of 36. He was cremated and his ashes were either given to a family member or a friend. I guess nobody knows. Evidence against Sullivan. He was closely linked to the non-canonical Zodiac victim, Cheri Jo Bates, 1966. He was working at the campus and made people feel uneasy around him. Did not show up for work after the Bates murder and acted rather suspiciously. It is also said that he always wore the same outfit. After the murder, he wore a completely new outfit. He doesn't just look familiar to the sketch, he looks exactly like it. Same vocabulary and writing style was used in the confession letter and the Zodiac letters. People at Riverside have stated that Ross wrote creepy poems. Huh. So was Ross the one that wrote the desk poem? Also, more information here. He wrote an essay on how to disguise handwriting. How many students were writing essays at RCC or at any college, specifically in 1966, about how, or in the early 60s, whatever, on how to disguise handwriting? That's an interesting topic. He moved to Santa Cruz in 1968. He died in 1977. In the decoding of 3040 CHIFFRE in December 2020, there is a strange erroneous code NOSRVS in the decoded text that could be intentionally introduced by him as some sort of obfuscated Ross Sullivan acronym. I mean, is that reaching? Is that stretching there? But if he's friends with Bob Barnett, that actually changes the dynamic quite a bit. So back to this Unsolved Mysteries write-up. It is highly possible Ross was aware of the situation between Bob and Cheri, or maybe he had an infatuation with Cheri himself. Whatever was his reasoning, I theorized that he accompanied Bob to the library, but wouldn't he already be there if he works there? Not necessarily if he doesn't work there at that time. There has been a theory that maybe Bob thought Cheri had reconsidered going back out with him, but wouldn't explain why he was so mad at the basketball game. Or what time did that call at the basketball game come in? Did she go to a phone after her car wouldn't start, and did she call him then? But why would she call him then if there's other people in the library? But then again, nobody saw her leaving the library or at what time. I mean, none of it really adds up. He wanted her, so that would have made him happy. Maybe she said that she was transferring colleges or saying goodbye to him, thus his angry response. Either way, one of them disabled her car while the other kept lookout. I believe they worked together because it doesn't seem that Cheri knew Ross. So it would make more sense that Bob was there again because of her previous phone call. I think what happened next was Bob angrily confronted her, and probably was the one to physically attack her with his fists and feet. It has been reported that Cheri had been hit and kicked several times. Ross most likely egged him on for sport or motivation or personal gain. Bob must have been satisfied with the beating and backed off, and that's when Ross jumped in, stabbing her to death. Whether Bob knew that this would be Ross's response or not isn't clear, but it has been determined that Cheri had fought back during her attack. The hair in her hand was similar to Bob's hair coloring, but some reports say the testing had come up inconclusive. It is more likely she scratched Ross due to his abrupt disappearance from the college. I do not believe they ever tested his DNA. As for why the Zodiac took possession of this case is odd, considering the murder happened years prior to his supposed first victims, but there is a theory that Ross Sullivan is the Zodiac due to several physical features, coding knowledge, and writing samples. If he was the one to kill Cheri, it could explain why he targeted couples or women, especially couples in what he would perceive as a love triangle. The one victim, Darlene, had a possible stalker male admirer named Richard, but that's another tangent for another day. Interesting theory there. Interesting theory. A short write-up here from Bustle.com. This news show thinks it can finally figure out who the Zodiac Killer is. This was written by Dana Getz, November 14th, 2017. Nearly 5 decades after the Zodiac Killer began his 1960s murder spree in Northern California, his identity remains unknown. But History Channel's new docuseries, The Hunt for the Zodiac Killer, examines a man the show's team believes could be a suspect, someone whose name has been circulated in online forums for years, but has rarely been covered by the mainstream press. So just who is Ross Sullivan? A quick Google search turns up dozens of blogs speculating about Sullivan's alleged involvement, but any information about him is sparse. He doesn't appear to have ever been charged in connection to the case, and if he was ever questioned by authorities, those details don't seem to be readily available. Though since the Zodiac murders are still technically an open investigation, it's unlikely that information would be made public. Although, as we went over in previous sources, it appears that he was questioned, but they didn't do DNA or anything of that nature. According to the History Channel's website, Sullivan was a student at Riverside City College during the 1966 murder of Cheri Jo Bates in Riverside, California, a killing that bore many similarities to those committed by the Zodiac. As detailed in The Hunt for the Zodiac Killer, Bates' killer stalked her, disabled her car, used a knife as a weapon, and left military boot prints at the crime scene, all details in line with the Zodiac's MO. Afterward, the press enterprise, then called the Daily Enterprise, received a typed letter titled The Confession. It described aspects of Bates' murder not yet released to the public, just as the Zodiac later taunted media with letters regarding his San Francisco victims. As noted by History series investigators, the first Zodiac message was not received until 1969, 3 years after Bates' death, so it's not possible that her killer could have been a Zodiac copycat. Analysts for the show also found linguistic matches between the Zodiac's letters and those sent by the Bates' killer. Both referred to murder as a game, misspelled Twitch as Twitch without the T, second T, and used the word squirm. That's as far from conclusive as you can get, though. Squirm isn't the most unpopular word in the realm of serial killers. Furthermore, the letter from Bates' murder was signed with a Z. That's a little bit more damning. If Bates was one of Zodiac's victims, it would mean his killings expanded 400 miles south and 2 years earlier than originally thought, and finding Bates' murderer could potentially hold the key to uncovering Zodiac's identity. At that point, he possibly wasn't an experienced killer, which could have made him more prone to slipping up and leaving behind crucial evidence. The Riverside Police Department has kept the name of their prime suspect in Bates' murder under wraps and did not immediately return Bustle's request for comment. But midway through the Hunt for the Zodiac Killer's premiere, the investigation turns to Sullivan. While at Riverside City College, he worked at the library where Bates was last seen, possibly, and after her death, employees reported that he disappeared for several days. A current staff member interviewed for the show described him as a quiet, unsocial man who made her feel uneasy and said that fellow employees had openly wondered if he was a suspect in Bates's case. She added that Sullivan almost always wore an army jacket and military-style boots, much like the footprints found at both Bates's murder scene and Zodiac's Lake Berryessa stabbings, and that when he returned to work, he was wearing an entirely new set of clothes. Although, to be fair, if there were certain details leaked, so to speak, he didn't want to be he didn't want to be accused, so he could have switched up his look even if he was innocent, just covering all the variables out. Though eyewitness accounts are notoriously unreliable, Sullivan also matched the Zodiac's rough description, somewhere around 6 feet and 200 pounds. Although other reports stated that he was closer to 300 pounds, so I don't know, stocky build. And based on the photo displayed in the show, he bears an uncanny resemblance to the Zodiac's composite sketch. Also, according to the show, as an English student, Sullivan reportedly took classes on cryptology, something the Zodiac Killer made infamous use of in his coded taunts. I mean, that is more damning, though. It's like assignments on disguising handwriting and cryptology. I mean, this is just... I mean, there's evidence there. I mean, there's a case that can be mounted to a certain extent here. And finally, he reported moving to Northern California in 1967, just before the officially recognized Zodiac murders began. Per the History Channel's website, Sullivan was hospitalized several times for bipolar disorder and schizophrenia. His current whereabouts appear to be unknown, although according to the series, he was born in 1941, which would make him 76 if he's still living. Most of the blogs, I believe, wasn't it reported that he was already dead? Most of the blogs speculating about Sullivan claimed that he died in 1977 per a Find a Grave entry for a Ross M. Sullivan who lived in Santa Cruz, California. Well, also, even Ross M. Sullivan, there's got to be more than one. Those aren't the most unique names possible, especially for that time period. Ross was quite a popular name. And Sullivan, a relatively popular last name, so I don't know. Over the years, police have investigated hundreds of subjects, and if there are substantial links between Sullivan and Zodiac, it's likely a lead they've chased. Without hard evidence, it's impossible to make any definitive connections, but the hunt for the Zodiac Killer investigators clearly intend to continue their search. Okay. So, back to the Unresolved Mysteries subreddit here regarding the write-up I read prior to that Bustle article. Here are some responses here. Last Seen Hitchhiking wrote, "Thanks for the write-up. There's some good information about Bates and the case to be found here, linked to this, the story of the Zodiac Killer speaking.blogspot.com. And there is some more detailed information here than what we've already gone over, and some photos of the library. Wow. It actually... I mean, it's not the tiniest library in the world, but it's not gigantic. I mean, it looks... I mean, there's high school libraries that are much larger than this college library. Huh. Okay, unfortunately, much of the information about the case online has become enmeshed with Zodiac theories. Bates had become engaged to her boyfriend the weekend prior to the Sunday murder. I've wondered if this wasn't a botched abduction. Possibly someone who she was acquainted with who attempted to lure her down the driveway to his vehicle or offered her the use of a nearby phone. Bates may have used a payphone to call her coworker at 5:30 that evening, and 56 cents was found in her purse. Due to Bates's petite build, he might not have anticipated her putting up much of a struggle, and that she did so may in part explain the overkill against her. This may also tie into some sort of bladed knife, estimated around 3.5 inches long, more akin to a pocket knife that may have been routinely carried rather than a weapon specifically brought for the purpose of an attack. That's curious as well. We haven't seen that theory yet. That's very interesting, actually. Still, if there were two perpetrators, it almost seems that might be more likely. And again, just to reiterate, I mean, how uncanny is it? How coincidental is it that we have two possible connections to military boots through Bob Barnett's sister, who was at the base and might have bought him military-type clothing, and Sullivan as well? I mean, it's weird. Definitely weird. Gordy Lachance wrote, "Is there any evidence that Bob Bennett or I think he's trying to say Bob Burnett, and Ross Sullivan even knew each other. Fusing two likely unrelated suspects into a super team might be interesting, but I don't think presents a very likely scenario. The response here by From the Ashes. I had seen an article that mentioned they possibly knew each other. Whether as friends or mere acquaintances is unsure. I suggested it because the case against Bob sounds convincing, but DNA seems to have cleared him. And the response here by Ox Baker, to me that seems like a stretch to make the evidence and crime fit. The DNA doesn't match, but I don't want to let go of him as a suspect, so there's this other suspect who was acting kind of creepy suspicious at the time, so if you team them together, ... But the thing is, if it fits, though, if it fits, I mean, if we're eliminating all possible scenarios and that's the only one left, I mean, I'm not saying the others were eliminated, but if, I mean, it'd be kind of illogical to disregard that on an appeal to incredulity logical fallacy. Whoa, we have a mind shock here. Kay Shapper responded with a comment here. Actually, Ross had likely met Cheri, as his brother married one of her best friends. Wow, just when you think, I mean, if this is true, again, I haven't seen corroboration of that, but this person's making a definitive statement here, so if that's true, well, he worked at the library, so most likely he did see her, especially looking at the images of the library here, it's not a gigantic library, like on one of these gigantic colleges. This is a small library. Some more recent takes on this from the Zodiac Killer subreddit, r/Zodiac Killer. BD Holland posted this pretty recently, the other month. I doubt that if Zodiac didn't murder Cheri Jo Bates, then what serial killer did? I doubt that the murder of Cheri Jo Bates could rein himself in if the content of the confession letter reflects true intent. So if the Zodiac didn't murder Cheri Jo Bates, then where is the serial killer and what crimes seem to link up with that pattern? I think this line of reasoning may give more weight to Cheri Jo Bates being a Zodiac crime, especially since he guessed correctly it would not be solved, and over 50 years later, appearing to be right. Some comments here. I can't presume Bates was a serial killer. It may have been a one-off or even a personal cause homicide. I wonder, I mean, again, it just seems too coincidental that she's having a fight with an ex, getting engaged, and just keeping FBI stats in mind. Most females met with foul play are met with foul play at the hands of someone known to them, usually an ex or significant other of some kind, and if not, then an acquaintance of some kind, or friend, someone known to them. It's just hard to shake that. It's really hard to shake that. A response here by BD Holland. How about Lake Berryessa as a much more evolved killer who has learned his lesson to subdue and tie up before attempting an attack with a knife? Shepard and Bates have very similar looks and the victimology lines up. The footwear print size is also consistent with the Zodiac, although I have to chime in here. Is there irrefutable evidence that that boot print was from the moment that Bates was being killed, and that footprint couldn't have been left there by any other individual at any time ever? I mean, even if it was from the same night, how does people know for sure that, I mean, especially if there were witnesses who saw people searching with flashlights for whatever reason, and then if there are workmen, if they're going in and out of those houses, I mean, who knows? I haven't seen irrefutable evidence that that footprint had to have been connected to Bates. I mean, maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. Also, did you notice how the Zodiac also misspelled the same words, twitch and squirm? Grumpchkin responded, I think one of the oddities here is that the Zodiac would have an inverted escalation of violence. Cheri Jo Bates was not just stabbed, but also received superficial cuts to arms and face, severely deep slashes to her throat, as well as being kicked in the head multiple times. The following murders in that case are the polar opposite in terms of brutality, using a gun, which is the most detached practical murder weapon, and featuring no manipulation of the bodies and leaving the scene as soon as possible. The description of the murders are also opposite, with the canon Zodiac murders being described in a very clinical and factual manner, rather than the self-indulgency of the Bates confession. Although I do have to chime in here again, because if Bates was one of the first victims, and it was emotional, and this guy snapped, he's crazy, schizophrenic, whatever, it's not that he necessarily changed the MO later. This is simply the evolution of a psychotic. the evolution of an insane person who did. Why wouldn't they have a crime of passion earlier in their youth or whatever? If they're crazy, they're willing to kill. Why not kill somebody they're enraged about and there is some kind of passion involved? Possibly with a second person, because if there was a second person involved, that actually solves all of that, and then later on, maybe he only works alone, and he becomes completely detached, and the other victims aren't personal. He just developed a like for killing through the original personal kills. That got him a taste for killing, and then those other kills weren't personal, he just wanted to kill. But for these original ones, they might have been. Again, we have to consider all these possibilities, especially with the case being officially unsolved at the moment. Also odd is that when he returns to the knife and has full control over the victims, he decides to do less damage rather than doing more, which is the conventional assumption for a killer evolving and having more power over someone. Although, again, depending on whether it's personal or not. I think based on these factors, I would tend to think it's probably a different killer, just because it doesn't really make sense to me if he goes from the indulgent violence of Bates to the detached violence of the Zodiac murders. I can't say it's impossible, of course, but it would require a fundamental change in killer behavior and motivation, or for him to have somehow either suppressed his desires when killing as a Zodiac, or having deliberately exaggerated with Bates in some long-term plan. Or just being unhinged. But of course, it does bring up the original question of who the hell killed Bates then. It may be possible that it was a personal and singular grudge against her, and the letter is meant to disguise this as a serial killer as a deflection, where the grudge would account for the brutality. But it's also probable that someone who engages in that kind of violence would desire to kill again. That's a good point, too. Let's say whoever killed Bates, if it is the Zodiac, and then he did come up with the scheme to disguise it as serial killer, but then he's crazy and he wants to kill again, so he thinks, why not become the serial killer that he made up to take the blame for Bates? Why not become that serial killer? And now the Zodiac is born years later. Is that a possibility? Case Shepard responds here, crime has all the earmarks of a personal attack, proximity to victim, weapon used, violent struggle, overkill, actually like Nicole Brown Simpson, which is why BB was the primary suspect, could be Bob Barnett was the primary suspect, could be a singular attack. And again, even if it was a personal crime, more than one person involved, perhaps that one of those individuals did go on to become the Zodiac Killer. I mean, serial killers don't just magically become serial killers one day in middle age. I mean, there's a certain escalation, there's certain emotional traumas. I mean, there's just so many variables here, so to dismiss them outright seems kind of silly. B.D. Holland responded as being kicked in the head multiple times. In my opinion, that is the inside knowledge which connected the letter writer to the crime, not the tampering with the car which appeared in the papers. You make a good point on de-escalation, but I wonder if that has something to do with them not fighting back. That's a good point. The Bates crime scene was evident she put up a fight enough for him to have his Timex watch strap break and get cut because he bled as he fled. The ground around her body was churned up from the fight. You know, I think I mentioned this scenario, but this is MINDSHOCK, so I'll mention it again. Is it possible Barnett or possibly Sullivan, possibly somebody else who had some kind of relationship with her, they had a fight and she fought them off and they left, or they pushed her really hard and she fell and she was just laying there crying and they left, and then either one of the workmen or someone else took advantage of that situation and basically killed her? And that's why the watch could possibly belong to somebody. I mean, is there some kind of magical rule in the universe that states that if someone gets into a fight with someone and is beat up and brought to the ground, possibly even knocked unconscious, that serial killers magically, or whoever, potential opportunists, criminal-minded opportunists, would magically not take advantage of that? Or would it be the other way around? That if she hadn't gotten into a fight, and if she was just closer to her vehicle, whatever, an opportunist might not take the risk. It's almost like a scavenger out in the wild. I mean, if there's a body there that's already hurt and dying, would they take advantage of that? And that's something that should be considered, not just in this case, but in many cases. A lot of so-called true crime aficionados just fail to understand that there is no magical rule in the universe that protects people who have been in the fight or are vulnerable or are drug addicts, maybe even suicidal drug addicts. A potential killer might not know they're a suicidal drug addict, and even if they do know that, would that make it even more likely that they would attack that individual? I mean, these are things that nobody's talking about there, but they're fairly common sense. Another response here by Kaiser's Mulwood. Is it possible that Zodiac held a personal grudge against Bates? That would explain different methods and a weapon. This could be his first murder, and if people are right, Zodiac was an introverted coward, meaning maybe he switched to a gun after Bates attacked him. And that's a good point, too. If a serial killer does not have a smooth first kill, would he change tactics, so to speak, to prevent possible issues in the future? Rockin' Good News posted this. The premise that this murder must have been committed by a serial offender is baseless. Women are murdered every day, and only a minuscule fraction of those murders are committed by serial offenders. The circumstances of the Bates murder are highly suggestive of it being a personal crime, even discounting the statements of the presumed killer. That's an excellent point as well. But also, there's a certain percentage of people who are serial killers, and their first crime might be a crime of passion if they're an unhinged lunatic that want to kill somebody who they feel has offended them, even if they didn't offend them. Or at least not intentionally. Electronic Effective 8 responded, this is exactly right. Women are murdered every day, and it is by someone who thinks they own them. Some of these men do subsequently kill other females in their lives. I wonder if it is worth looking at the men from that area who have a history of violence against their significant other. I mean, if Bob Barnett hit her, I mean, that's somebody with a history of violence that actually hit her in the week prior. So, I mean, of course he'd be the number one suspect, rightfully so. Unless proven otherwise, if the DNA really did prove it otherwise, I mean, it's still problematic. It's problematic no matter how you look at it. I mean, then there's also a reason this crime hasn't been solved. If it was that clear-cut in some way or another, it would have been solved. Another solid post here from B.D. Holland. The funny thing is that the confession letter clearly states that he killed Bates because she brushed him off. So it would be a bit strange to include that he is connected to her in some personal fashion if he really knew her. I like John Douglas's take on this. He thinks she is a stranger to him because he is describing other strangers he might kill and then threatens society's daughters. Douglas sees it all as one theme, stranger killings, which doesn't mean he doesn't stalk them and learn about them. I like red herrings, though, in serial killer cases. Finding those helps you because you can reverse them around to see what he's really trying to hide. Yeah, that is curious. That is curious. Although, even if he were the killer and he really did know her, he could still be having delusions of grandeur and wanting to be a Jack the Ripper. And if he's schizophrenic and has all these mental issues, I mean, you can't expect a psychotic person to not be psychotic. So these letters don't necessarily have to make sense or be consistent. Here's the thing, though. If it was Bob Barnett, why would he write the letter? He wouldn't write the letter, unless one wants to claim Bob Barnett went on to become the Zodiac Killer. Unless it was two guys, one of them became the Zodiac, and Bob Barnett was too scared of him to ever say anything, even if he suspected. I don't know. A good post here by Harbin009. There are far more one-time killers than actual serial killers. The April Tinsley killer, who has only ever been linked to her murder, also left notes warning he would strike again. With him, he seemed to get off on causing fear and panic in the community. Before the killer was caught by DNA a few years ago, many years before the FBI released their profile on that perp. This mentions the common misconception that the public often assumes that if someone kills, rapes, or kidnaps, they will continue to kill, rape, or kidnap. In reality, many offenders actually go back to committing less serious crimes. It's only the minority that go on to escalate. In the case of April's killer, after he killed her, he probably went back to peeping on kids and things like that, a de-escalation from murder. I think after the Bates murder, the killer either did no more crimes or he de-escalated. I tend to favor the idea it's more likely Zodiac only wrote the letters, a dry run and practice for his future letter-writing escapades. The Zodiac, who left nothing more than to offer proof he did commit certain crimes, was not able to provide any backing to his claims that he did the Bates murder. Other than, of course, certain details that supposedly weren't known. But I just got a new theory. This is the MINDSHOCK theory here. This is the McGuire theory. Zodiac was the guy that wrote that morbid poem on the desk. Maybe he wanted to kill Bates or somebody else, but he didn't, and he didn't know about it until after the fact. Maybe Bob Barnett or Sullivan or the true murderer, maybe he knew the true murderer. Maybe he was jealous that they killed Bates and he didn't. And he got a taste for it, and he did write those letters, even though he was not the one that actually killed Bates. And then he became the Zodiac. Is that another option? Does that cover all the bases? Does that hit all the variables there? It might. A response here from B.D. Holland regarding the April Tinsley killer. That's not a bad example, and good for you for finding it. Although, to be fair, if the April Tinsley killer did kill others and it wasn't known about, obviously they don't know about him. As others have mentioned, one-time killers who leave messages seem rare. Communicating letter-writing killers within years of each other, 66 to 69, within 450 miles of each crime scene seems more constrained. I guess we would just have to say California and let the large numbers explain it to take up a position they have not connected. I mean, that is an interesting point. I mean, communicating letter-writing killers in the same general vicinity of a state. I mean, obviously 450 miles is not super close, but it's not, across the country or anything like that. Huh. So I actually just found something else here. ZodiacKiller.com has a second Bates update. ZodiacKiller.com/BatesUpdate2.html. This was written by Tom Voigt, October 30th, 2003. The murder of Cheri Jo Bates. 37 years of questions, suspects, and DNA, but no answers yet. So he regards the DNA. So in 98, they took the DNA last year, so that would have been 2002. They learned Barnett's DNA did not match what was recovered from Cheri's hand. And I've already gone over the intricacies there. So Barnett speaks. This month, I was able to contact Barnett, who is again living overseas. It's also curious that he just decided to move overseas. I asked for his comments on the entire matter. While leery about saying anything that could potentially cause more of what he perceives to be negative attention from law enforcement, Barnett made these corrections to the information published at this website. To set the record straight, below are the truths that you need to know. I never hugged Cheri. I did not date Cheri weeks before her death. In fact, Cheri and I never dated once. I had my own steady girl in 1966, and I was very much attached. I never slapped anyone in public. I never had an argument in public. I don't know anything about Cheri having wedding plans. I never sobbed to anyone. So this is the response Tom Voigt got. I received this independent corroboration via email almost 2 years before Barnett's claim. It indicates Barnett was, in fact, involved in a steady relationship with someone else at the time Cheri was murdered. So this was November 25th, 2001. And someone wrote to Tom Voigt stating this: Tom, I did not want my name to appear on the website, so I'm sending you an email. It was my understanding that the person you refer to as Barnett was not dating Cheri at the time. He was dating Donna, a friend of Cheri's. The last time Barnett saw Cheri was that morning at a restaurant, and she was there with her father. Whoa, the plot thickens. So he was at the restaurant with her father the day of her murder, and someone is claiming at a basketball game that Cheri called him, and he was saying that expletive was at the library and left the basketball game. This is all very curious. This is all very, very curious. There is no doubt that the RPD has done an exhaustive job attempting to bring Cheri's killer to justice. The question is it focused on the wrong guy? A Barnett-Cheri dating scenario adds to an interesting circumstantial case against him. Without that scenario, however, the circumstantial case weakens. Add the fact that Barnett's DNA was a conclusive non-match, and it just may be time to look in a different direction to find answers. Here's the thing, though. Even if he had another girl who was a friend of Cheri's, does that make it more likely that he might have also been involved with Cheri? Are these other so-called reports all false? That he didn't hit her, he wasn't involved with her in any way, the basketball call. But by this other admission now, he did see her that morning at the restaurant with her dad. Obviously, Cheri's friends, Donna and other friends, would be able to clear all this up, and supposedly they told the police something. And actually, believe it or not, we are still not done with the Cheri Jo Bates case and how it might intertwine with the Zodiac case. Here's ZodiacCiphers.com. Crosshairs, the Inner Circle. This was posted August 11th, 2017, with a curious connection here on the origin of the Zodiac Killer's crosshair target sign and how it might connect with the Cheri Jo Bates case. We're going to be going into conspiracy land in typical MINDSHOCK fashion, and I hope you're all sitting down for this because it's about to get even crazier. The unsolved murder of Cheri Jo Bates, October 30th, 1966, has now passed the half-century mark, and little in the way of new evidence seems forthcoming, despite a breakthrough in DNA evidence in 1999. However, the clues in this case may lie extremely close to home. I believe that 99 breakthrough was where they determined it was a Caucasian male that she had grasped blood, skin, hair in her hand. Her brother, Michael Bates, 1 year her senior, was convinced that Cheri Jo Bates was murdered by someone she knew. And of course, that is in line with FBI statistics. And the evidence appears to point that way, bearing in mind the specific targeting of her Volkswagen Beetle and the apparent knowledge of her whereabouts that evening. Michael stated to Inland Empire magazine, quote, "I've always felt that Cheri was killed by someone she knew. She would not have walked into a dark alley with a stranger," end quote. Cheri Jo Bates was afraid of the dark. Another curious comment there. Bearing those factors in mind, it could have been somebody connected to Riverside College, her inner circle, or someone who she knew loosely through her family members. Cheri Jo Bates was described as outgoing, friendly, and always prepared to help people in their time of need. Cherie Curzon recalled such an occasion, quote, "For me, the best part of our story was I was an underclass person who she wanted to help out. The people who were going to do the talent contest with me backed out, and she volunteered to be my partner. I will never forget her kindness. We had so much fun rehearsing and then performing. I loved her generosity and kindness towards me. She did it because of who she was, just a kind, wonderful person," end quote. This is an admirable quality, but was this kindness misconstrued by someone who ultimately fixated on Cheri Jo Bates? An interest that developed into a deadly obsession and possibly stoked by rejection. This would certainly be nothing new. Whether or not this crime was committed by the Zodiac Killer has literally raged for as long as the crime itself. The Zodiac Killer would effectively lay claim to the Cheri Jo Bates murder on March 13th, 1971, in a letter mailed to the Los Angeles Times. His reference to "they don't bury me on the back pages like some of the others" appears to suggest he followed the headlines down south and a likely affiliation with the area and to the newspaper. And that's kind of curious, too, because if the Zodiac Killer did not kill Cheri Jo Bates, but he knew who did, if this is some kind of group or friends, serial killers, psychotics, whatever the case may be. The Department of Justice report described the heel prints at the Cheri Jo Bates crime scene as, quote, "those worn by Air Force personnel," and was identified as a B.F. Goodrich waffle design men's 4/8 inch washer type half heel. The B.F. Goodrich Products Division of Akron, Ohio reported that this type of heel is only sold to the Federal Prison Industries at Leavenworth, Kansas. It was subsequently learned that Federal Prison Industries made low-quarter military-type shoes and supplied them to all the armed services using black dress shoes. The measurement of the heel indicated that it would have been attached to an 8 to 10 size shoe. Shoes bearing the same type heel were issued and sold at the PX at March Air Force Base in Riverside. In fact, the Riverside Police Department would sum this up by stating, quote, "physical evidence found at our crime scene indicated that heel prints found by the body were made by a heel that was manufactured for military and other government agencies, including prisons," end quote. It was speculated that, bearing in mind Joseph Bates's profession, her father, and the fact that he was addressed personally by the killer, that the murderer of Cheri Jo Bates may have been a friend or work colleague in the Naval Ordnance Laboratory of Joseph Bates, who was either familiar with Cheri Jo Bates or had crossed paths with her, and that is something we haven't discussed yet. The military blueprint gives us a link along with the fact that the killer may have been on the fringes of Miss Bates's circle, in that he knew her, but they weren't necessarily friends. If the author of the confession letter was telling any semblance of truth, and the wording, "I then offered to help, she was very willing to talk to me," suggested that she only talked to him after the offer of help, likely implying someone less than a very close friend. The area of Corona, where Joseph Bates worked, was in close proximity to many naval facilities, as well as the California Rehabilitation Center prison, both situated only 15 minutes from the location of her murder. And I'm just going to reiterate again here, is there definitive evidence that that heel print was specifically from one of the perpetrators? Or the possibility that Cheri Jo Bates may have had an altercation with someone who did not kill her, but in that location. Again, we have serious timeline problems, as I went over. This crafted the idea that the inspiration for the Zodiac crosshairs was based on his first murder in Riverside County and Corona, the circled city itself. This is an aerial shot of Corona today, but was once perfectly symmetrical. Michael Bates was in the Navy at the time Cheri Jo Bates was murdered, but he did have friends in the military, or aspired to be in the military, that may have crossed paths with his sister in the preceding months of her murder. Somebody may have left the B.F. Goodrich heel print in the Riverside alleyway. Quote, "It was subsequently learned that the federal prison industry made low-quarter military-type shoes and supplied them to all the armed services using black dress shoes," end quote. Michael, by his own admission, spent limited time with his sister before he joined the Navy. He did, however, work at Sears department store while attending Riverside City College. In 1938, Sears would relocate to 7th and Main Street, Riverside, where the building can be found today. Sears is short for Sears, Roebuck and Company. Did Michael Bates have a work colleague from Sears who may have sourced his material from the department store and somehow became interconnected with the movements of Cheri Jo Bates? The Sears, Roebuck and Company has a distinct connection to the Lake Herman Road murders, December 20th, 1968. In the Department of Justice Bureau of Criminal Identification and Investigation conducted by David Byrd, the firearm identified as the likely murder weapon at Lake Herman Road was a J.C. Higgins 80 pistol. The Sears, Roebuck and Company specialized in sporting goods and recreational equipment between 1908 and 1962, with the Sears J.C. Higgins eventually replaced with the Ted Williams brand. The Sears, Roebuck and Company manufactured their own paper targets throughout the 30s, 40s, and 50s, the very targets a young Zodiac may have used. The above target suggested for best results with a .22 long rifle. Whether or not the Cheri Jo Bates murder on October 30th, 1966, or the Lake Herman Road murders of December 20th, 1968, were the Zodiac killers first, the crosshairs loomed large over both. Interesting. I mean, that might be a reach with Corona. I mean, then again, maybe not. I don't know. Again, we're dealing with some sick individuals here with sick minds that may draw inspiration from literally anything. So is this the thing? I mean, again, without knowing, how are we supposed to know? This is MINDSHOCK, of course. The only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. Few comments here. If we consider Cheri Jo Bates being murdered by somebody relatively close to her or somebody who knew her just by sheer numbers, her Riverside City College fellow students would be top of the list. The Bates letters used the same size paper that the Riverside Library photocopying machine took. The cropped confession letter indicated concealment of the identification of the paper. If not college paper, then something that could potentially link the source. The Riverside desktop writing, if Zodiac or the killer, may indicate further affiliation to the college or library. The personalized letters to the Chief of Police, Riverside Enterprise, and Joseph Bates is telling. The Goodrich boot impression, bearing in mind the naval bases in the area, could indicate the killer worked locally, if not the author of the letters and desktop poem. The confession letter and Bates' letters 5 months apart could equally suggest a local connection. Tie all this to the specific targeting of the beetle and the apparent knowledge of her movements on October 30th, 1966, it certainly appears like the Riverside College and Navy could both play a part. Michael Bates was a student at the Riverside College, then he joined the Navy. If Michael had a friend who followed in his footsteps or vice versa, then his friend may have become loosely acquainted with Cheri Jo Bates. Fingerprints taken from all present students at the college would not have eliminated him, as he may have left the college the previous year or so, but still had familiarity and access to it. I cannot believe for a minute the person or persons responsible for the crime is a complete stranger. It seems extremely personal to me, and I've seen enough Joe Kendas. Another post here, the profile of a connected but not too connected Riverside attacker explains both the personal nature of the crime and the criminal's confidence. I too think that is correct. I still don't understand the killer's evident confidence that the VW print wouldn't get back to him. Maybe he was wearing airplane glue. If Zodiac was responsible, or even just knowledgeable and inspired enough to emulate the approach, it sends me back down the rabbit hole of considering that Zodiac knew at least some of his victims and sent their families taunting, breathy phone calls. I think Zodiac was a man on the move, at least on weekends, and may have been more social than generally believed. With the canonical Zodiac victims, we can see that Zodiac is learning from past mistakes. The explicit connection the Riverside killer drew between the victim and himself may have seemed like a risk he didn't want to incur after deciding to go on a killing spree as Zodiac. Sandy Betts has a theory that Zodiac worked construction, and I think Howard Davis has similar thoughts regarding Riverside. I have been intrigued by this in connection to the 4 workmen in work shirts who saw Cheri Jo Bates buy her Volkswagen. From your discussion with Ray on those guys, I am guessing that nothing more has been learned about them. I have a rather silly postscript theory here. To consider linking the desktop poem, if you flip the bottom end portion of the H and creatively shimmy it up a bit, it would look kind of like the Bates symbol. Other posts here, it is possible the fingerprints retrieved from the Volkswagen are not the killer's. Who else had contact with her engine in the recent days or weeks prior to her murder, who may have deposited those fingerprints? The hair sample at the base of Cheri's right thumb or any fingernail scrapings are a different matter, mind. The Farron phone calls are one of the more mysterious elements of the case. If it was the Zodiac, then it would appear he has intimate knowledge of the family. The police seemingly didn't follow through on this avenue investigation nearly enough because the proximity of those 3 phone calls, just 50 minutes after the 12:40 a.m. call to Nancy Slover, seems less than coincidence. If the Zodiac killer shot Darlene Farron, then made these 3 phone calls just 90 minutes later, this would obviously indicate he knew the identity of Darlene Farron prior to the murder, or where her family lived. When Zodiac made the first Blue Rock Springs phone call and the Napa call, he wasn't shy in owning up to both crimes. Here, however, in the 3 calls, he was noticeably shy in speaking. Did he fear that Dean Farron, his parents and brother, would recognize his voice, so he only breathed down the phone? The alternative is that these 3 calls are just pure coincidence. But could Darlene have been targeted specifically? If she was chosen, it certainly doesn't mean all the other victims were. The Zodiac wouldn't be the first serial killer to murder someone that he knows, as well as strangers. And that's a good point, too, because a lot of people, particularly so-called true crime aficionados, they want to dogmatically stick to these black and white logical fallacies. It certainly is an avenue that is worthy of investigation. That would be 4 phone calls within 90 minutes of the crime. Does this suggest someone who lives locally? And where were the 3 calls made from? I mean, we're getting into some other phone calls here that may or may not have been from the Zodiac after these other cases, other murders. I'm going to continue on here since we seem to be touching upon some very, very interesting things that are not really discussed too frequently when regarding the Zodiac. And this is MINDSHOCK, so we have to go down every single rabbit hole. This is a forum post by Wells Chappie. I am starting this thread because this issue is one that seems to get overlooked more often than not. I realize that this may be due in part to the source of this claim being the Yellow Book, but as far as I've been able to determine, there is a police report that states these calls were made. So based on this, let's look at the events of that night and what the calls could mean and reasonable assumption one can make regarding them. We all know that Darlene Ferrin and Mike McGow were shot at Blue Rock Springs July 4th, 1969. Darlene succumbed to her injuries, and Mike, despite being shot several times, survived. On the night itself, we know that in the early hours of July 5th, approximately 12:40 a.m., the Zodiac phoned police to alert them to his handiwork. The call was traced and was found to have been made from a payphone roughly 500 yards from Darlene's home. But around 90 minutes after the shooting, Darlene's husband received an anonymous phone call from someone who did not say anything, but was simply breathing down the phone. Dean's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Arthur Ferrin, also reported that they had received the same type of call that night. These calls were made an hour and a half after the incident, which means that no press had yet reported the story, so whoever made the calls was not doing so as a prank in reaction to reading about Darlene's death. For some unknown reasons, police do not consider these calls to be suspicious. Dean Ferrin stated that police had expressed no interest in the source of these calls. Several years later, Leo, Darlene's younger brother, said he made these calls because he was looking to buy weed and thought his sister could help. What? This doesn't make sense in my opinion. Why would he phone looking for Darlene to help him score some weed and not say anything and breathe into the phone? Surely he would have just said, "Hi, Dean, could I speak to my sister, please?" And if he made the calls, why one to Dean's parents to once again say nothing and breathe down the phone? If the calls were placed by Darlene's killer, this would seem to imply that he knew Darlene, or more specifically, Dean and Dean's family. The theory that Darlene was somehow involved in drugs has also been already on this site, so I'll be brief and keep this to a paragraph. If Darlene knew her killer, then it's fairly safe to assume that he did not happen upon her at BRS Park, but rather she had arranged to meet him there to purchase weed. Mike made reference to Darlene flashing the headlights at one point, and if this is true, who was she signaling and why? This may also help to explain McGow changing his story and claiming the shooter followed them from his house all the way to BRS. McGow may have been concerned that if the killer's identity was found out and it was realized that the shooter knew Darlene, then everyone would ask, how did the murderer know that Mike and Darlene were at BRS Park that night? So he may have invented the chase scenario as a cover to hide this. The fact that he knew full well that he and Darlene had arranged to meet the murderer there to purchase drugs. Let's not forget, David Faraday and Betty Lou were shot and killed on December 20th, 1968 at an isolated spot on Lake Herman Road. Were they also waiting to meet someone? On that very same night, a drug bust was being carried out on a residence on Lake Herman Road. Did someone suspect Faraday and Jensen had set them up and retaliate? If these phone calls were made by the killer that night, then this is the single biggest and most overlooked clue to who may have shot and killed Darlene. And these are some excellent points, some mind-shocking revelations on what may or may not have occurred. I mean, this theory, I don't know how much it has been pursued, but if there are connections across the board here to some kind of drug dealers, that would be curious. Some more posts here. BRS police report. This was just a very short piece. This was just a very short space of time, a few minutes. Shortly after this, and about 5 minutes before the shooting occurred, Michael states a vehicle pulled into the lot coming from the direction of Springs Road in Vallejo. The driver turned the lights off on the car and pulled around to the left or east of their car, approximately 6 or 8 feet away, and sat there for a minute. Michael states he asked Dee if she knew who it was, and she stated, "Oh, never mind." Huh. This is from ZodioKillerFacts.com. The phone calls to Darlene's home, the home of her parents, and the home of her in-laws on the night of her murder do not prove that Darlene knew her killer or implicate Alan. Darlene's brother Leo stated that he made these calls and police had never believed that these calls were at all suspicious or made by the killer. Dean Farron did not believe that these calls were suspicious or made by the killer. The stories about the calls were inflated by Darlene's sisters and Robert Graysmith himself. No credible evidence existed to connect Darlene and her killer, and no credible evidence existed to connect Darlene to Arthur Lee Allen. And this is curious. Is this some kind of damage control? Because why? I mean, again, the truth is not afraid of investigation. So why not investigate the calls, and coincidentally, calls being made to the families? I mean, this is the Zodiac or other killers involved in all of these overlapping cases. They taunt the families and things of that nature. Why wouldn't they call the victims? It's just kind of weird to dismiss it without investigation. Very, very strange. More posts here. I think the BRS phone calls could very well be from the killer, but only if his connection to Darlene was so personal that his voice was recognizable to her family, and also, like with Bates, he wanted to torture the family as well. He didn't call them a dead duck or anything, so if it is the killer, then he is both creepy and evasive. I have alluded in other posts to suspect with a contradictory alibi in the narcotics world who had lived in Vallejo, knew Darlene intimately, and had a strong reason to hate Dean. This guy has just about all of the background elements associated with the Zodiac profile. Military, anti-authority, hunting, occult, newspaper business, fraud, prison, insanity. And common friends have fed speculation that he kept in touch with Darlene after Vallejo. Police cleared the guy, but like everyone else obsessed with a suspect, that doesn't convince us. My brother and I aren't crazy enough to believe that we have solved the Zodiac's case, but there have been more than a few whiskey-fueled nights where it seemed we had. At the end of the day, we recognize that there are simply too many unknowns to be confident. Your site specifically has informed us of a million variables, and this is zodiacciphers.com. So phone calls and personal bias disclaimer aside, I think an overlooked possibility is that Darlene was stalked by a non-local Zodiac who did not know her, but merely noticed her in her slack dress on a float at the 4th of July parade she and her sister participated in. It is not necessary that Farron or Jensen were involved in nefarious activities in order for them to attract the attention of a cruising predator. Though the evidence is not conclusive, you don't discount the idea that David and Betty Lou went to the dance or a diner earlier that night, do you? As witnesses and family members carry on with life and become disturbed, crazy, incarcerated, or all three, we are left with very little in the way of solid information to build on. Backtracking to Riverside, I think the background of Cheri Jo's brother is a fine place to dig if there are any avenues available. The VW print for me prompts two questions. Was a print discovered on the door or the rear hood where the culprit disabled the vehicle? I can believe Cheri Jo might leave the keys if someone suddenly popped the hood while she was inside the car. If such a specificity as car door print was published before the 67 Bates letters or 71 Activities letter, the idea of a cocky killer knowing he wore gloves or only touched the hood may have the confidence to come forward in such a risky manner. Again, the idea of a premeditated crime leads us back to the assumption that the killer simply wore gloves. The most frustrating aspect of the Zodiac case is that we don't know at all for sure that he was responsible for anything beyond the canon, but if just one of the outlier crimes like Riverside or Hood and Garcia could be connected, it would be impossible to ignore the rest. He clearly would be the prolific murderer researchers fantasize about rather than just the attention seeker we assume he was. Another post here. I knew about the greasy prints on the hood of the Volkswagen, but the prints on the door detailed in the Chicago Tribune, I presume could have come from anybody, if indeed we can wholly rely on newspaper accounts. The phone call after BRS could be taken as an attack on Dean personally, but it seems a virtually silent call was not much of anything, according to Dean, who himself didn't actually believe they were suspicious or the killer. I mean, what would make him think that one way or the other, though? It's kind of weird. I tend to agree with Michael Butterfield on this one in that many of the subsequent accounts by family members were blown out of proportion. We have seen this throughout the last 50 years from several eyewitnesses and police officers. If these calls happened as they did, then it's food for thought, but can we totally rely on these accounts with family members so personally involved, likely coming from the standpoint Darlene Farron was stalked and therefore specifically targeted? Family members are intrinsically biased, and we don't know the exact nature or accuracy of the timing of these calls. You and I have seen countless murder documentaries where the evidence is overwhelmingly pointing towards guilt. It's literally 99.9%. But the family members of the guilty have a completely different narrative and equally overwhelmingly believe their family member is innocent, dismissing evidence, DNA, and just about everything else. That is why you effectively dismiss anything they have got to say. It's understandable they don't want to believe it, but it's irrelevant to the case because the family members in this case are the ones reporting the phone calls. I tend to be cautious in taking everything they say at face value. Michael Butterfield stated that nobody mentioned the stalking of Darlene at the time of the murder. This came as an afterthought helped on its way by Robert Graysmith. So probably unfairly, I have never previously delved too deeply into these phone calls for that reason, but I fully understand that people may disagree with this cautious or negative approach. Alright, so yeah, there's obviously a lot that's unknown here. Okay, we have to go really into MINDSHOCK land now for some details that I don't know if most people are aware of in relation to the Cheri Jo Bates case. And yeah, let's continue going down this rabbit hole that just keeps going deeper and deeper. Also from ZodiacCiphers.com, this was posted June 6, 2014, the eve of All Hallows. The murder of Cheri Jo Bates on October 30th, 1966 has split the Zodiac community down the center when it comes to placing the crime alongside the 5 confirmed murders of the Zodiac Killer, widely believed to have started with the Lake Herman Road double murder of David Faraday and Betty Lou Jensen just over 2 years later on December 20th, 1968. Cheri Jo Bates was believed to have been lured to her death after the killer or killers had sabotaged her car outside the Riverside City College library, suggesting she was specifically targeted. But it was the sheer ferocity of the attack with a short-bladed instrument that has led some away from the idea that this was the work of the Zodiac Killer. The very nature of this despicable murder has been labeled as a crime of passion, a phrase that has always left an uncomfortable taste in the mouth, bearing in mind the brutality and callousness of the attack, with passion having no place anywhere near this crime. One of the more recent detectives charged with the Cheri Jo Bates case was Steve Shumway of the Riverside Police Department. He does not believe in a link to the Zodiac murders, as many from the Riverside Task Force before him, despite the confession letter, Bates letters, and Riverside desktop poem. And again, wouldn't he have to be more of an expert in the Zodiac case to really make that determination? This crime had the hallmarks of a personal nature in what appeared to have been led at least 200... in that she appeared to have been led at least 200 yards into a driveway between 2 vacant properties belonging to the school. The suggestion being that she knew or trusted the person enough that no harm would come to her. However, due to the complete absence of any eyewitness on that fateful night, only conjecture remains. We are now approaching the 48th anniversary of the Cheri Jo Bates murder, and the family and friends of Cheri Jo Bates deserve an answer. Several likely suspects have been ruled out down the years, but there is still hope that a resolution can be found with viable DNA, albeit mitochondrial, having been retrieved from the scene of the crime in this case. Recently, I was contacted by someone called Ace, who was reaching out for help with a discovery he had made in August or September of 2006. A Riverside City College tablet from 1966 to 1967 with the name of Cheri Bates at the top and a fingernail and hair embedded in the cover. He stated that he has tried to contact the RCC Alum Association to verify if his discovery has any significance, thereby helping to move the case forward in any way. Despite his efforts, he has so far failed to initiate a response from the relevant authorities. These are a representation of Ace's words. Unaware of the Zodiac case at the time, and not a resident of California, he, in 2006, found an old clear satchel with white piping, inside of which was contained a green-blue math school book with an interior square window of chartreuse orange-red with a maths problem at the center. The satchel also held a light pearl blue colored coin purse with a gold frame holding a few nickel and dimes, as well as tissues that had basically turned to lint, along with a faded ID card. The satchel also held a heavy gold-plated 3-rope necklace with a unique clasp and a gold hair barrette, as well as a terry cloth navy aqua-colored headband with a dried blood stain. The first 15 pages of the tablet contained homework, mostly graded. Each page had a large paragraph with a diagram beneath the problem question. The owner of the tablet had also apparently scribed the lines for the printing themselves. He is reluctant to divulge the exact location of his find, as he believes the satchel may have been placed there only hours or even minutes before he discovered it, and the person may still have been in the vicinity. He viewed its contents for 5 to 7 minutes before he put them back as he found them and departed the scene. The site location is somewhere along the Blue River Parkway in South Kansas City. Blue River Parkway is located approximately 1,600 miles from Riverside County. He has supplied me with a crude sketch of the tablet and is now recruiting the assistance of an artist to create a better representation or likeness. He is continuing to seek help and guidance from the RCC Alum Association for their expertise in verifying or negating the validity of the drawing and, by extension, the additional contents of the satchel. The Cheri Jo Bates case seems the most likely of all the unsolved cases linked to the Zodiac Killer to possibly reach a conclusion, as the killer may have been known to the victim. Let us hope the answer is not far away. Also contained within the satchel were the following items, claimed to be from the taxicab of Paul Stine. In the image below, Ace has created a representation of the said items and outlined some small changes. I found it easier and a better likeness to do it this way. If you swap a smaller rectangular 912 tag for the one I used, and the yellow cab company print was not ink but a yellow and burn orange paint, as it was raised off the card stock in the bell shape as shown, the copper key was a brass one. The black one was a silver tarnish, in my opinion, and the aluminum key. I remember the Minnesota street. The serial number is just representative of how it was. Stein's wallet was there too, with CDL picture license. Wow. Okay, so the allegations here are that there is an individual who believes that he found some kind of a bag with both Cheri Jo Bates' items as well as Paul Stine's items. Now, what does this mean? Would that prove a link between the two cases or not necessarily? If the Zodiac Killer is actually a group of individuals, perhaps they are not responsible, or they're responsible for different crimes, and if they're working together, they might mix evidence to make it look like there's one killer and responsible for all of these. I mean, this is truly mind-shocking. So here's some comments. This is Ace himself supposedly commenting here. I am the one that found the tablet. I am sure this was her schoolbook taken at the time of her killing. The brown stain was blood with hair embedded. The moderator stated kind of that I was unsure. I remember the accompanying math book as Intro to Calculus, Trig, Advanced Geometry, and 100% sure it was placed at the spot by the Zodiac Killer. So that's kind of weird. So this witness, Ace, not only is he sure this is her belongings, but something makes him sure it was specifically placed there by the Zodiac Killer and not by someone else who might have had the Zodiac Killer's mementos or whatnot. Weird. A response here. Ace, I feel your frustration. I am in possession of a postcard sent by Lawrence Kane to a personal friend of his here in State Line, Nevada, South Lake Tahoe, California. No one seems to be interested in the DNA. No one with the wherewithal to do anything with it. Kane sent it from Australia and used the name Kane with a C. I believe K to be one of the Z's. Huh. I'm assuming this person believes there's more than one Zodiac Killer then. Alright, so someone mentioned that Bruce Davis and his company has Southern ties but Bruce was in jail and still is. A response here. Bruce Davis was not in jail October 30th, 1966, as far as I can see. I made that mistake with the last comment. Bruce Davis and Robert E. Hunter Jr. both left Riverside the day after the murder of Cheri Jo. Robert E. Hunter Jr.'s niece was a friend of Cheri Jo and was supposed to go to the library with her the night she was murdered. The reported reason for her not going with Cheri Jo to the library was that her uncle Robert E. Hunter Jr. was in town. And coincidentally, her uncle and Bruce Davis just happened to leave town the next day. Huh. So let's explore Bruce Davis now. And for those that don't know who Bruce Davis is, we will be getting into that. So this is Larry Allen Rosa, Medium.com. The Unsolved Murder of Cheri Jo Bates. I can tell you who killed Cheri Jo Bates right now. Bruce Davis of the Manson family. He lived less than 1 mile from the library where Cheri was killed. He also worked right across the street from the library doing building construction. This was before he had met Manson in 1967. If you would like to know exactly who the Zodiac Killer truly is, ColdCaseCameron.com, absolutely no doubt about it, the first Zodiac was in fact Bruce Davis. Davis was connected to Edwards through Manson, and we're not going to go down the Edward Wayne Edwards rabbit hole, the serial killer who famously framed people for his kills, and I mean, that is always, that definitely needs a podcast of its own. Some people even think he's responsible for JonBenet Ramsey, Teresa Hallback. I mean, just a lot of crazy stuff. But continuing the comment here, somehow the largest serial killer in history, Edward Wayne Edwards, picked up the Zodiac moniker and used it to become more than a super killer. Edwards was already a super famous killer before he decided to become the Zodiac Killer. He stole it from Bruce Davis. And Bruce Davis was the right-hand man of Charles Manson. And Manson had spent 2 years in an Ohio prison with Edward Wayne Edwards. Somehow Manson had told Edwards that his pal, Bruce Davis, was getting too big for his britches. And Edwards took the Zodiac name for himself. Last thing, when the Zodiac Killer had sent the first letter of announcing he had killed Cheri Jo Bates, Edward Wayne Edwards was in prison until sometime in 1967. So there is no way that the serial killer Edwards could have done the crime or sent the letter. There is other evidence that most certainly points to Bruce Davis as the killer of Cheri Jo. One is that he used a small blade knife, a Bruce David trait. He always used a small knife. A wooden handle cheap hardware store fishing knife. Bruce Davis is also wanted for at least 12 more murders. In all of those murders, a small blade fishing knife was used. It was Bruce Davis that killed Cheri Jo Bates. Not only did he live less than a mile from the library, he was working right across the street from the area where Cheri was found dead. Way too big of a coincidence. All of his whereabouts and timescape in Riverside are documented on the net. And it is curious. I mean, it's a very, very curious laundry list of coincidences regarding Bruce Davis here. On LSB3.com, the Tate LaBianca Homicide Research blog has a post here from October 2nd, 2014, a letter from Bill Nelson to Bruce Davis. Dear Mr. Bruce M. Davis, today, I am busy packing up all of my library of the Manson murders, the case, parole hearings, interviews and research, contacts, etc., and shipping off 2 boxes to an anonymous purchaser of my vast resources collected over the past 11 years. I have taken down my website, I have changed addresses and telephone numbers. In fact, I did not even give a forwarding number for my personal telephone. I am treating this like the people of God were told to do in the Old Testament, not leaving so much as a particle, leaven, or keepsake of the case. I am not even keeping one copy of my book, Manson Behind the Scenes, nor the autographed books from other authors, including Mr. Vincent Bugliosi and Greg King. I was the one who introduced television cameras into your parole hearing. You know that for a fact. I was the one who said on television prior to a parole hearing that you should be the primary suspect in the unsolved Zodiac murders. I have read the 1973 interview by Lieutenant Earl Deemer, retired now deceased, regarding your knowledge of Doreen Gall and her murder with James Sharp. You retorted at the time, I am not very impressed with your offer of immunity since I am serving a life sentence for 2 murders. Now that you believe you are near a parole date, I wonder if the authorities had enough insight and ability to haul you in for another interview if you might sing a different song. You did know Doreen Gall. You knew her intimately. She was in Scientology, had achieved the clear status the night of her murder. November 21st, 1969 should be a date that lives in the recesses of your mind as you close your eyes at night. There was a letter from the Zodiac found in her belongings after her murder. My personal opinion, not that you asked for it, is that you and Tex did the dirty deed together, then left for Vegas, where 4 days later you were both bragging that you were going to raise some money to get Manson out of jail, or start killing some people. Are those the only 2 options for these guys? You did not count on a snitch calling the LAPD about that, did you? That is how we know about it. You lived in the same Scientology house as she did. She had been threatened prior to her murder, hit in the head, September, like it was some kind of warning. Her father told me that she was asking to come home, and he replied that he would send a round-trip ticket. Doreen Gall said to her father, no, Dad, I want to come home for good. This Scientology is a bunch of crap. Witnesses heard her screaming in the alley, oh no, Jimmy, Jimmy, just like the case with the murder of Shorty in the back of the Spawn Ranch and not in the middle of the day driving down the Santa Susana Pass. Barbara Hoyt was not supposed to hear his screams, but she did. You have been to Riverside, California, but you have refused to admit it. I only learned about it when I met your church-going buddy from Morro Bay, the talented black former Kansas City Chiefs pro football player. Bruce told me he had been to Riverside. Riverside is the scene of an unsolved murder of Cheri Jo Bates, October 30th, 66, a young, attractive future flight attendant like Beth. Zodiac left a note after that murder, too. The language matches that of Doreen Gall. But you knew that. Riverside PD has tried in vain to match DNA with their favorite local boy, but are now silent that there is obviously no match with Bill Bennett. The poor man has been drugged through the mud for decades for her murder, but he did not do that one either. You admitted in the recent parole hearing that you went to Tahoe. Bruce, that is another unsolved scene from the Zodiac murders. Donna Lass. The sister of Darlene Ferrin has identified you as the man seated in the white 4-door sedan in Vallejo, California, that July 4th, 1969 night at Terry's restaurant. Positive ID. I have it on videotape. You are fortunate that the SFPD is not interested. Putting her hand to her chest, she said, I never thought I would see that man again. Remember Modesto and the horror-filled night ride for Kathleen Johns from Riverside? The wheel that came off, the offer to give a ride, and the silence for many minutes before she asked a question? Well, Bruce, Kathleen gave a pretty interesting response, hyperventilated, and had to catch her breath when I showed her your photograph from the day you surrendered in Los Angeles, December 1970. The letter sent to prison last year from Barbara Hoyt and was not read in the hearing room. That is tragic because she would have exposed you as a liar if it had been read. All of the court evidence, trial testimony, and witnesses agree that the murder of Shorty Shea occurred down by the creek bed towards Simi Valley after 2200 and not in the daylight driving down from the pass. Bruce, that is where he was moved, buried, and found only after Clem gave authorities the location. That was right, Clem. The one not so bright. Stupid, in fact. He gave up the body, not you, Tex, or Susan with your Christian conversions and coming forth with the truth. Clem. And Tex was never prosecuted for the murder of Shorty Shea. Neither you nor Manson nor Clem would give him up, and that is what was needed to convict. Wanting to get out of a prison, are you now ready to come clean and finger Charles Denton Tex Watson as a co-conspirator in the murder of Shorty Shea? Are you that brave of a Christian, Bruce? It was an insult the way your attorney, Mr. Denny, said that he tried to find the relatives of Shorty or Gary. He is an attorney. He can hire investigators, and he could have obtained the desired information. That is, if he were really interested. All he really had to do was go to the courthouse and obtain the death certificate. It is all right there. But fear not, Bruce. Both parents of Gary are now deceased, and the wife of Shorty, remember she was black, had not been seen for decades. That is the same thing I did when I wanted to look up Beth. It's all right there on the marriage certificate, on the birth certificate, the address, births, marriages, dates, places, all right there. Did Beth tell you that I actually met her face to face one day many years ago? I was photographing her condo when she walked up carrying little Taylor. Well, actually, she was quite large in the head, and we spoke. You see, Bruce, I had a camera in my hands and met her no harm personally, unlike you Manson murderers who used knives and guns. I do believe that you will be released. It may not be on the watch of Governor Gray Davis, though. I have fought against that release and tried to connect you with unsolved murders for 11 years. I have information that Zodiac paraphernalia was found related to you following your arrest. Now I leave it in God's hands. You once said that you just wanted the truth to come out. Well, Bruce, so do we. This case is not worth me dying over, and I know that is what would happen should I have continued to investigate, uncover, and find people who were eyewitnesses to crime victims, scenes, or conversations. Here's the letter from Barbara telling the truth, unlike you and your attorney that the BPT and CMC buried, stating it would be a security problem for it to be read. That was really silly. So I will no longer be looking over your shoulder, no longer doing research. But should the news pick it up, I would love to hear that you came clean about those murders you really know about. I leave you with this last thought. When told by a news person the day of your surrender that you would be tried for 2 murders, you responded, quote, "Is that all? They don't know the half of it," end quote. So, plenty of mind-shocking information, suspects, and more to come. I mean, this is the tip of the iceberg. I mean, we've just begun to travel down this rabbit hole. I mean, there's just crazy connections to the CIA, the mafia, all of these things that obviously hardcore coincidence theorists want to just brush off, but anybody doing objective, logical, neutral research has to objectively look at the information here and without bias examine it. Is there enough evidence to draw connections, or isn't there? Not write it off before even actually looking at it, like the cognitive dissonant coincidence theorist Dunning-Kruger crowd loves to do, because they just can't handle any of these connections actually being real connections, which they may or may not be. This is MINDSHOCK, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. So yeah, plenty more to come. We have to go over other crimes possibly associated with the Zodiac, possibly not, and even more tidbits and exhaustive, comprehensive overviews of the canon cases, witness statements, IDs of various possible Zodiac suspects. There is a lot to go over. Hope you guys enjoyed another edition of MINDSHOCK True Crime. If you enjoyed the podcast, find it interesting, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications, like and share this podcast to keep logical awareness up in various cold cases, such as the ones discussed here and many others. Like and share, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. Bruce Davis and his company has Southern ties, but Bruce was in jail and still is. A response here: Bruce Davis was not in jail October 30th, 1966, as far as I can see. I made that mistake with the last comment. Bruce Davis and Robert E. Hunter Jr. both left Riverside the day after the murder of Cheri Jo. Robert E. Hunter Jr.'s niece was a friend of Cheri Jo and was supposed to go to the library with her the night she was murdered. The reported reason for her not going with Cheri Jo to the library was that her uncle Robert E. Hunter Jr. was in town. And coincidentally, her uncle and Bruce Davis just happened to leave town the next day. Huh. So let's explore Bruce Davis now. And for those that don't know who Bruce Davis is, we will be getting into that. So this is Larry Allen Rosa, Medium.com. The Unsolved Murder of Cheri Jo Bates. I can tell you who killed Cheri Jo Bates right now. Bruce Davis of the Manson family. He lived less than 1 mile from the library where Cheri was killed. He also worked right across the street from the library doing building construction. This was before he had met Manson in 1967. If you would like to know exactly who the Zodiac Killer truly is, ColdCaseCameron.com, absolutely no doubt about it, the first Zodiac was in fact Bruce Davis. Davis was connected to Edwards through Manson, and we're not going to go down the Edward Wayne Edwards rabbit hole, the serial killer who famously framed people for his kills, and I mean, that is always, that definitely needs a podcast of its own. Some people even think he's responsible for JonBenet Ramsey, Teresa Hallback. I mean, just a lot of crazy stuff. But continuing the comment here, somehow the largest serial killer in history, Edward Wayne Edwards, picked up the Zodiac moniker and used it to become more than a super killer. Edwards was already a super famous killer before he decided to become the Zodiac Killer. He stole it from Bruce Davis. And Bruce Davis was the right-hand man of Charles Manson. And Manson had spent 2 years in an Ohio prison with Edward Wayne Edwards. Somehow Manson had told Edwards that his pal, Bruce Davis, was getting too big for his britches. And Edwards took the Zodiac name for himself. Last thing, when the Zodiac Killer had sent the first letter of announcing he had killed Cheri Jo Bates, Edward Wayne Edwards was in prison until sometime in 1967. So there is no way that the serial killer Edwards could have done the crime or sent the letter. There is other evidence that most certainly points to Bruce Davis as the killer of Cheri Jo. One is that he used a small blade knife, a Bruce David trait. He always used a small knife. A wooden handle, cheap hardware store fishing knife. Bruce Davis is also wanted for at least 12 more murders. In all of those murders, a small blade fishing knife was used. It was Bruce Davis that killed Cheri Jo Bates. Not only did he live less than a mile from the library, he was working right across the street from the area where Cheri was found dead. Way too big of a coincidence. All of his whereabouts and timescape in Riverside are documented on the net. And it is curious. I mean, it's a very, very curious laundry list of coincidences regarding Bruce Davis here. On LSB3.com, the Tate LaBianca Homicide Research blog has a post here from October 2nd, 2014, a letter from Bill Nelson to Bruce Davis. Dear Mr. Bruce M. Davis, today, I am busy packing up all of my library of the Manson murders, the case, parole hearings, interviews and research, contacts, etc., and shipping off 2 boxes to an anonymous purchaser of my vast resources collected over the past 11 years. I have taken down my website, I have changed addresses and telephone numbers. In fact, I did not even give a forwarding number for my personal telephone. I am treating this like the people of God were told to do in the Old Testament, not leaving so much as a particle, leaven, or keepsake of the case. I am not even keeping one copy of my book, Manson Behind the Scenes, nor the autographed books from other authors, including Mr. Vincent Bugliosi and Greg King. I was the one who introduced television cameras into your parole hearing. You know that for a fact. I was the one who said on television prior to a parole hearing that you should be the primary suspect in the unsolved Zodiac murders. I have read the 1973 interview by Lieutenant Earl Deemer, retired now deceased, regarding your knowledge of Doreen Gall and her murder with James Sharp. You retorted at the time, I am not very impressed with your offer of immunity since I am serving a life sentence for 2 murders. Now that you believe you are near a parole date, I wonder if the authorities had enough insight and ability to haul you in for another interview if you might sing a different song. You did know Doreen Gall. You knew her intimately. She was in Scientology, had achieved the clear status the night of her murder. November 21st, 1969 should be a date that lives in the recesses of your mind as you close your eyes at night. There was a letter from the Zodiac found in her belongings after her murder. My personal opinion, not that you asked for it, is that you and Tex did the dirty deed together, then left for Vegas, where 4 days later you were both bragging that you were going to raise some money to get Manson out of jail, or start killing some people. Are those the only 2 options for these guys? You did not count on a snitch calling the LAPD about that, did you? That is how we know about it. You lived in the same Scientology house as she did. She had been threatened prior to her murder, hit in the head, September, like it was some kind of warning. Her father told me that she was asking to come home, and he replied that he would send a round-trip ticket. Doreen Gall said to her father, no, Dad, I want to come home for good. This Scientology is a bunch of crap. Witnesses heard her screaming in the alley, oh no, Jimmy, Jimmy, just like the case with the murder of Shorty in the back of the Spawn Ranch, and not in the middle of the day driving down the Santa Susana Pass. Barbara Hoyt was not supposed to hear his screams, but she did. You have been to Riverside, California, but you have refused to admit it. I only learned about it when I met your church-going buddy from Morro Bay, the talented black former Kansas City Chiefs pro football player. Bruce told me he had been to Riverside. Riverside is the scene of an unsolved murder of Cheri Jo Bates, October 30th, 66, a young, attractive future flight attendant like Beth. Zodiac left a note after that murder, too. The language matches that of Doreen Gall. But you knew that. Riverside PD has tried in vain to match DNA with their favorite local boy, but are now silent that there is obviously no match with Bill Bennett. The poor man has been dragged through the mud for decades for her murder, but he did not do that one either. You admitted in the recent parole hearing that you went to Tahoe. Bruce, that is another unsolved scene from the Zodiac murders. Donna Lass. The sister of Darlene Ferrin has identified you as the man seated in the white 4-door sedan in Vallejo, California, that July 4th, 1969 night at Terry's restaurant. Positive ID. I have it on videotape. You are fortunate that the SFPD is not interested. Putting her hand to her chest, she said, I never thought I would see that man again. Remember Modesto and the horror-filled night ride for Kathleen Johns from Riverside? The wheel that came off, the offer to give a ride, and the silence for many minutes before she asked a question? Well, Bruce, Kathleen gave a pretty interesting response, hyperventilated, and had to catch her breath when I showed her your photograph from the day you surrendered in Los Angeles, December 1970. The letter sent to prison last year from Barbara Hoyt and was not read in the hearing room. That is tragic because she would have exposed you as a liar if it had been read. All of the court evidence, trial testimony, and witnesses agree that the murder of Shorty Shea occurred down by the creek bed towards Simi Valley after 2200 and not in the daylight driving down from the pass. Bruce, that is where he was moved, buried, and found only after Clem gave authorities the location. That was right, Clem. The one not so bright. Stupid, in fact. He gave up the body, not you, Tex, or Susan with your Christian conversions and coming forth with the truth. Clem. And Tex was never prosecuted for the murder of Shorty Shea. Neither you nor Manson nor Clem would give him up, and that is what was needed to convict. Wanting to get out of a prison, are you now ready to come clean and finger Charles Denton Tex Watson as a co-conspirator in the murder of Shorty Shea? Are you that brave of a Christian, Bruce? It was an insult the way your attorney, Mr. Denny, said that he tried to find the relatives of Shorty or Gary. He is an attorney. He can hire investigators, and he could have obtained the desired information. That is, if he were really interested. All he really had to do was go to the courthouse and obtain the death certificate. It is all right there. But fear not, Bruce. Both parents of Gary are now deceased, and the wife of Shorty, remember she was black, had not been seen for decades. That is the same thing I did when I wanted to look up Beth. It's all right there on the marriage certificate, on the birth certificate, the address, births, marriages, dates, places, all right there. Did Beth tell you that I actually met her face to face one day many years ago? I was photographing her condo when she walked up carrying little Taylor. Well, actually, she was quite large in the head, and we spoke. You see, Bruce, I had a camera in my hands and meant her no harm personally, unlike you Manson murderers who use knives and guns. I do believe that you will be released. It may not be on the watch of Governor Gray Davis, though. I have fought against that release and tried to connect you with unsolved murders for 11 years. I have information that Zodiac paraphernalia was found related to you following your arrest. Now I leave it in God's hands. You once said that you just wanted the truth to come out. Well, Bruce, so do we. This case is not worth me dying over, and I know that is what would happen should I have continued to investigate, uncover, and find people who were eyewitnesses to crime victims, scenes, or conversations. Here's the letter from Barbara telling the truth, unlike you and your attorney, that the BPT and CMC buried, stating it would be a security problem for it to be read. That was really silly. So I will no longer be looking over your shoulder, no longer doing research. But should the news pick it up, I would love to hear that you came clean about those murders you really know about. I leave you with this last thought. When told by a news person the day of your surrender that you would be tried for 2 murders, you responded, quote, "Is that all? They don't know the half of it," end quote. So, plenty of mind-shocking information, suspects, and more to come. I mean, this is the tip of the iceberg. I mean, we've just begun to travel down this rabbit hole. I mean, there's just crazy connections to the CIA, the mafia, all of these things that obviously hardcore coincidence theorists want to just brush off, but anybody doing objective, logical, neutral research has to objectively look at the information here and without bias examine it. Is there enough evidence to draw connections, or isn't there? Not write it off before even actually looking at it, like the cognitive dissonant coincidence theorist Dunning-Kruger crowd loves to do, because they just can't handle any of these connections actually being real connections, which they may or may not be. This is mind shock, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. So yeah, plenty more to come. We have to go over other crimes possibly associated with the Zodiac, possibly not, and even more tidbits and exhaustive, comprehensive overviews of the canon cases, witness statements, IDs of various possible Zodiac suspects. There is a lot to go over. Hope you guys enjoyed another edition of MindShock True Crime. If you enjoy the podcast, find it interesting, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications, like and share this podcast to keep logical awareness up in various cold cases, such as the ones discussed here and many others. Like and share, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case, topic, logical analysis, co-podcast your requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.